Okay, enough of the funeral music. Welcome back, everybody. How is everyone doing? Hope everyone is having a lovely time. I have not been panicking about this session at all in the very slightest, but we'll see how we. Listen, I've got to have my little bit of fun, alright? Everything will be fine, don't worry about it. Oh, it's all fun and games. Be fine. Be fine. Let me just sort this out. Get back to my Feywild colours. Skadoosh. There we go. There we go. Green Aurora with a purple sky. Just like in the Feywild. Oh, yeah. God knows how this is going to go. I've lost my D20. Where's my D20? I need my D20. It is like the most important dice in my possession. Saren's dice, where are you gone? There you go, found it. You know what, I'm just going to jump into the call. See how everyone's doing. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm a little bit early still, so I'm not panicking just yet while there's only a few people online. It'll be fine.
Well, we also know that Bowser did
Yeah.
say he was gonna be a little bit late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how's Sons of the Forest?
Good.
Is it good?
Yeah. I've been being bad and single playering on it and
Hey, no, I
beat the story.
don't. Okay.
She has a problem.
Yeah.
I do, and the problem is I need to know the answers.
I've just been like staring at my screen, just wondering what the fuck I'm meant to do this session.
Listen, you painted the picture. We're just living in the framework.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Paint is more pretty pictures.
I just wasn't expecting the fucking cleric to fucking fail a con save during the Battle of the Bands. The tank failed a con
Well,
save.
you know.
It's fine. It's fine.
You know what a cleric didn't fail though? That concentration check.
No.
Got him.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird. I kind of like having this kind of like week in between the sessions, and I also hate it.
Mm.
Having none of the prep beforehand, I just hate it.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm sitting here going, "Am I derp? Am I not derp? Am I
For
derp?"
2 weeks.
I know I have 1 hit point remaining. I don't know if I'm derp.
Yeah, but like, I found with more time to prepare for a session, I feel like I'm getting less done. Like, there's less of a oh shit urgency each week to kind of get something churned out.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, just having more time to plan in general makes it not as stressful.
Yeah. Well, I think even if I had a month to prepare for this session, I don't know how I'd handle it properly.
Mm.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Just finished cooking.
Nice. What you got?
A peanut Thai chili sauce type infusion over quinoa
Ooh, nice.
with chicken
Interesting.
and cucumber.
Okay, you lost me there.
Yeah.
Not overly keen on the old cucumber.
Me neither, really.
Having like pictures in my head of those videos where you see a cat just jump really high up with a cucumber, but you Photoshop in Ram's face on it.
Just waiting on Soph.
Yep. And Bowser,
Is
but
Garble not? I mean, is Bowser not coming today?
he
He's gonna
will
be a little
half
bit
an
late.
hour later.
Why don't Lilith and Cliffus have pictures? Oh, it's because they're not in.
In the
It's
call.
connected to the call.
Yeah.
Got
Yeah.
it. Fancy.
Yeah.
I can shame them by being absent even in the stream.
Yeah.
Shun! Shun!
Oh, okay.
Eh.
Soph just texted me saying I'm at work.
Oh, well.
Oh.
Does she have a
Okay.
ETA? Maybe her and
I was
Cliffus
gonna say,
will show up
but
around the same time.
when will you be not at work?
We might be down one.
Boo.
Okay, so yeah, Soph's going to be about half an hour as well.
That's not that bad then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it matches up with
Bowserino. Okie dokie. Well, since we're waiting for those, we can jump on in.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So last time, gathering round outside of Kaylin's home, you all partook in a strange vision-inducing fungus gifted to you by the Sybils. After a trippy few moments where the already vibrant world around you began to swirl and blur, you found your consciousness pulled into a new and hellish surrounding. Now finding yourselves on the outskirts of Meridan, near the Faygate, the entire Vasilian forest was now nothing but smouldering embers, and the ground coated in long settled ash. Two familiar figures began to charge you down, as a much larger and darker version of Ajran and Lilith began to let loose on your party, their eyes filled with murderous intent. As each second ticked by, the area you found yourself in became more and more chaotic, until the heavily damaged moon Celestia finally erupted, exploding and sending shards of moon rock plummeting into the ground around you. The impact craters left behind erupted into fire from the superheated rock. At this point, Garble began to feel something approach. The ground below started to shake and grumble like something gargantuan was tunnelling its way underneath. In one of the larger pits created by the chunks of moon meteorite, you watched as a large, hulking, pit-fiend version of Garble rose from the flames, with the beating of his large devil wings. Shortly followed by a twisted, fey-fiend aberration version of Ayara. The fight started to get desperate as each blow from your future selves began to wear down your battered and bruised bodies. Any thought of making it out alive were quickly extinguished as the ashen dirt around you began to shift as hundreds and hundreds of twisted devils crawled out from the depths of the hells. Boblin, Ajran, Garble, now dead. Dulda, feeble-minded. while the rest of you were clinging on to the last shreds of life. In a last-ditch attempt to escape, Dion pleaded with Kaelin, who was currently trapped in a trance-like state. And thankfully, their words cut through, and in a flash both Kaelin and Dion blinked from the vision. However, it still left the rest of you behind. Those who still remained saw what happened in the final moments. Torog, the giant centipede-like god, known as the Crawling King, and Tiamat, the chromatic dragon, burst free just as the dark, twisted tendrils of shadow reached down from above, from where Celestia once stood. Thousands of these tendrils seemed to whip down across the surface of the continent as they began to pull the life from both Devil and your allies alike. Dion, you were pulled from the vision with Kaelin, finding yourself back in the courtyard of his home, where you all first took the hallucinogen fungus. The rest of your party were all still laying on the floor, cold and unmoving. Thick storm clouds then suddenly began to roll in, covering the lavender sky of the Feywild above you. The air around you started to crackle and hum as it began to charge with this electrical energy, making your fur stand on end. Both you and Kaelin had to shield your eyes as a number of bright, violent lightning bolts burst down from above and hit the chests of most of your friends. One by one, you start to watch their chests begin to rise and fall as their eyes blink open weakly. All except for Garble, Quithus, and Boblin. The rest of you, as you come back to consciousness, feel awful. Your muscles ache and the air of your chest near where your heart is feels as though someone's just slammed down on it with a sledgehammer. But you are alive, just. Dulder. This aching feeling all over your body fills you with worry. Your head is trying its best to understand and remember what just happened. And that worry then intensifies, and you start to feel a familiar feeling of confusion and loss. One you kind of experienced back when Quithus shared with you that he had access to a memory you had once lost. Now you try and remember anything, but it's hard. Your mind is running on instinct only. Looking around, you see your friends start to sit up, and you know they are your friends, and this gut feeling's telling you to help them, but you can't comprehend why, or even how. Your eyes then fall to the three allies still lying on the ground, eyes closed, unmoving. What are you all doing?
Yep.
In my derp state, some instinct remains. So basically, like, well, honestly, whichever one is close, otherwise Quithus. So Dulder was kind of like poke him with the hammer, knowing that there's something here he should be doing. There's some connection here between making this right and his hammer, but he doesn't know quite what.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm, noticing that three people aren't getting up and kind of looking at Dulder, and I kind of hello? Like, why aren't you doing anything?
Dulder probably just gives you a confused and sad look.
Yep.
Do we recall, can we remember what just happened?
Yeah, you remember everything that happened from the dream or vision.
So, yeah, I mean, we probably would have remembered he got dum-dummed. I was just, I guess, in character hoping it wasn't permanent dum-dum.
It affects the mind, and that's what was sent to the future.
Right. So we have a problem.
I look over to Kaelin being like, hey, can you fix the dum-dum?
He's just kind of like... You can see there's a lot he's kind of processing rapidly in his head. Potions, healing potions, do you have any?
Yeah, I have one. And I hand it to him.
He just snatches it from the potion from your hand, uncorking it, and runs over to a small herb garden on the side. Starts to pick off different leaves and petals and jams them into the red liquid before falling on his knees in front of the statue of the dragon within the centre of the courtyard. Ori, Cool, my old friends. A descendant of Bahamut and their allies are in grave peril. Please help me one last time. And he reaches up into the mouth of the dragon, grabbing one of the long pointed teeth and pushes it back like a lever. And you watch as the dragon's jaw kind of swings down low and engulfs Kaelin and the potion in a silvery blue flame. After a brief couple of seconds, the flames give way and the once swirling red potion is now a deep purple. Though Kaelin's body seems unchanged and unharmed. And he just runs back over to you and says, "Get him to drink this quickly."
Oh, see, we're talking about Dolder, not the dead ones, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just here, drink. It's good. It's real tasty.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, can do.
New dice already on the floor, huh?
Dice. My old dice, and that was a 26.
Okay. Yeah. Your
I
friends...
don't necessarily foresee Dolder outright refusing to drink it.
No. It's more of... There's like a state of kind of confusion to begin with, like... You know they're on the ground still dead. Why is this a time to drink? But you trust Dion knows what they're doing.
Yes,
I mean,
trust
sometimes.
Adrian will just get to his senses and kind of like prop up Quithis and Garble as best he can.
Mm-hmm. So as you drink the potion down, Dolder, you feel this kind of wave kind of wash over you, and it's a familiar feeling. I'm sure that you've probably experienced in your life before. There's like a greater restoration just kind of spreads throughout your body. And you are now free from the feeble mind.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if Adrian would recall him being feeble-minded if he was around for that, because I think I died once, then came back, and then died again, so I'm not sure.
You got knocked unconscious, and then you died in place of Ayara.
Yeah.
Not sure. But he's free of it now.
Well, the slackness goes out of Dolder's face, and the furrowed brow returns instead, and he's quickly cussing under his breath. In Dwarven, he'll reach in to his pouch and pull up a crystal.
Okay.
Dion will just be like, there he is.
AR is like, I can understand him.
This is why
Hey,
we
what?
do not meddle with such things. And he'll go take the crystal, go over and close his eyes, recite a prayer, and with intent, not firmly and not hard enough to do damage, but firmly place his hammer on Quithis' chest and cast Revivify.
Okay. While that was happening, Garble. The last thing you remember is taking matters into your own hands. Rather than be beaten by your giant, fiendish future self, you saw the pits of flame and almost felt like a calling. You felt compelled to cast yourself into it. Teleporting above the hole, you fell. The flames lick against your body, an intense heat that even you can't resist. And you see, like as you fall in, your hand and on your skin starts to boil and melt. You fall deeper and deeper into the burning void. Each moment is agony, and you watch the muscle and tissue of your body erode. It burns and burns away until eventually the pain stops. The bright flames dim until you find yourself falling into darkness. You know the flames are around you, still burning, because you can hear them crackle and roar over the sound of the air blasting past you as you fall further and further. Your eyes have likely melted from the overwhelming heat from this hellish flame. And then silence. The heat evaporates and now you feel an incredibly cold sensation. If you still had a body, it would be shivering uncontrollably. The feeling of falling fades away, and now you feel like you're suspended in something like water. Despite having no eyes, you look down into the endless void, and you start to see a small red glow pulse and grow. Looking around, there's nothing but endless darkness, and then you look up, and you see your friends all start to sit up. But they're above you, like they're separated in something like ice or glass. And you look and see your own body lying on this glass-like barrier that keeps you apart. As your friends rush over to your lifeless body, you see Azran start to cradle the body of Quithus and your own. And you start to hear murmurings of voices, but are unable to hear what's being said. Back in the vision, you heard a rhythmic beat like a heart or a drum. And that sound starts to beat once more again from below. Looking down the red pulsating light, it's growing stronger, and you start to feel yourself sink. Something is pulling you down. Something's trying to take you away.
Can I try to move towards this ice shape and move towards my friends?
Make a dexterity check for me.
Oh boy, because those always go so great.
It's because you roll on D&D Beyond.
Dexterity saving throw, right?
Just a dexterity check, no saving throw.
Okay. 15.
It's pretty good. You start to kind of like... you don't have a body, but you try and to do the instinctual thing of trying to swim upwards. And it kind of slows your descent ever so slightly. And at this point, you see Dulder kind of run over to the body of Quithus, pull out a diamond and put the hammer onto his chest, and you see him cast a spell. And at this point, back with the rest of you, the diamond that Dulder has put onto Quithus shatters into 1,000 pieces, just turns into dust, and all these kind of blue sparkles just kind of start to drift up into the air. And then one by one, they just start to blink and shimmer. And then all at once just rush straight down and kind of go into his body. Moment passes.
You're cutting out.
Sorry.
Yeah.
A moment passes.
Is it working? Oh my god.
He has arisen. Hi, Buzzer.
I don't know if that was planned or perfection.
God damn, I'm good.
Quithus. Your eyes flutter open. You are alive again.
Let's go.
Your work is not yet done, my friend.
Somebody save Garble.
Time's ticking.
Can we do that again?
I was waiting to see if Bowser getting settled in here.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
gonna be.
I'm trying.
I'm being lenient.
You're fucking up your very good entrance here, man.
Yeah, you literally
just adding
joined
to
in
your
as the
suspense.
res happened.
I
You
stand
started
up
on
and
a-
I look around and I see
You see two
what's
bodies.
happening.
Yeah, you-
Yes, and I see two bodies. Oh, right, of course. Shit. Well,
Somebody's got an
Garble.
extra one, right?
Garble's getting resurrected.
Okay.
I thought
Start
you-
shaking Buzzer. What about Boblin?
At that point,
Crying, but Boblin.
Garble, as you kind of under this kind of weird glassy ice surface, you see kind of Quithus jolt upright and back alive again, and you see him kind of start to rush over in the direction of your own body, and you see him pull out a diamond to do a very similar kind of casting of a spell. You start to kind of see this kind of weird kind of glass ice kind of barrier start to crack and break. And then it completely shatters as you feel yourself jolt all the way upwards and back into your body again. And you come back to life.
Oh my god.
a
That was
close
too
one.
close. That was too close.
I'm gonna have
The
a stern
hell
talking to
was
with
that?
Sybils because those were not normal drugs.
Oh my god, I'm never doing shrooms again. AR will go over to Azran though and slap him.
Okay.
Your hand breaks over my scaly face. I'm just kidding.
And she'll start yelling at him like, "How dare you make a trade for your life, or my life for yours?"
It's not only for yours, but it's for my whole family. She wouldn't take it unless she wouldn't allow me to use the seed unless I agreed. It's worth it. I'll put a kind of just settling that little dispute. I'll put my hand on Garble's shoulder and be like, "You okay?"
I think so. Am I burning?
No.
I put my hand on his forehead, like, not any more than usual. Ow. Why are you so warm?
Make a perception check, Garble.
$17.
Nice.
One good thing, your suit that got incinerated as you fell is remarkably unharmed. Another one is on your left hand on the back. There seems to be some sort of infernal kind of burn mark. Very, very faint. But it's there.
I very quickly rub the cufflinks that Sprink gave me and just like use them as like a magic lamp. Like, come on, work, come on, work, come on, work.
What do they do?
They fix his suit. This is actually on your skin, on your hand.
Oh.
So even though you use the cufflinks, the mark it's very, very faint. Like you can just about make it out, but it's still there.
I mean, I take off my shirt and have the people inspect my back as I ask about, does this look okay?
I could take a look.
Make an investigation check.
They wondering, oh god, what's wrong now? Dollar's gonna check as well.
Okay.
I'll give him advantage then.
Okie dokie.
I
Ah!
don't know about that one.
I thought it was going to be a
I have a-
perception check.
+6 investigation.
How about we support Dion?
Hey,
My
support.
investigation's a +0.
Oh. I mean, it won't be that difficult. It's his back.
And I've already seen Garble's body pre-weird things happening, so...
True, yeah. I would say...
13.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
25.
Okay. On his back, kind of where the shoulder blades are, you just see these very, very, very faint... It almost looks like a ridge, but it looks like a very like long-healed scar. Like 2 of them.
I'll just take out a piece of paper and try to like draw what they look like and show it to him. Because I mean, this one's back, so.
I mean, kind of looks like there were wings there that were chopped off.
OOC, what in the Soul Reaver hell is going on here?
Sephiroth.
In character, I'll just be like, does it hurt? And I'll just like poke at it.
No.
Hmm. Is just those 2 scars, nothing else?
Just that and the little mark on the back of his left hand.
Do we all see the mark on his hand too?
He kind of points it out, and it takes you a little bit while, but you can just about see it. I think because of his like red complexion, it's kind of hard to kind of see like a red kind of, almost like a semi kind of birthmark.
Does it mean anything? Asking Garble.
I'm not exactly sure, but at this point, I'm not really trusting anything. I mean, it kind of. Y'all had that crazy experience with me, right? The whole.
Yeah.
All that.
Yeah.
You guys. Well, you guys didn't dive straight into hell, so I don't think you fell like I did, but. Bunch of weird stuff happens.
Like when you die for real?
See, I'd like to take a moment and inspect my hand after doing a detect magic rituals spell.
Okay. Nothing magical seems to pop up after you've searched on it.
While Garble starts doing the detect magic ritual, I just again now glance back at Dolder and look at Boblin, look back at Dolder, and just give him eyes.
At this point,
I am very spent.
yeah. At this point, as you kind of look back over towards Boblin's body, there's like these kind of like roots from the ground that have started to kind of grow up and have kind of started to kind of grow around him, almost like the Feywild itself is like giving him a hug and encasing him in roots and vines.
Poor Boblin.
I'm gonna go kneel over by Boblin. Moment of silence for Boblin.
Considering his connection to his patron, I would not count him out quite yet.
There's like this, as Dulder kind of says this, you all kind of look at Boblin expectantly for like a minute, 2 minutes. The awkwardness just kind of grows.
From imagination he came, and Dalder will do the like Moradin equivalent of crossing in the air.
Dion will like sniffle and wipe away tears. Oh, that was beautiful, Dolder.
Now this vision has left us much to discuss.
And Kaelin kind of gives a nod. Yes. First off, I feel like I should apologize. I would incline you probably to hold off on your chastising of the Sibyls. I feel that what happened may have partly been my doing.
Like, what do you mean?
I was gonna say, I think everyone at the party, at least Dolder and Dion, both just like narrow their eyes and like go on.
Remember back in the temple, I told you I'd encountered a champion of the Betrayers back before the war, the Black Hand. And I would say Dolder and Lilith, if she was here still, noticed that he starts to kind of rub a finger on his right hand. Well, he had in his possession a powerful ring that allowed him to blink through time. I was part of the effort to take him down, but when I was mortally wounded, I ended up fleeing here to the Feywild, and like I said, by the time I healed and returned to the material realm, all of my friends and allies had already vanquished him and had had gone on to live out the rest of their lives in peace. I told you Nylea was the one that granted me this eternal life, but that was a lie. I wanted to see my friends again. I wanted to let them know that I'd survived. So I tracked down the ring that the Black Hand wielded, and I thought with enough research I could absorb its magic, rendering it useless to anyone else, but I'd be able to use its power to send myself back in time to them. But the arms of the Betrayers were built to cause destruction and chaos, as you likely saw in the vision in the future. I absorbed the magic from the ring, but instead of sending me back, it cursed me. It locked me into an eternal existence. My body has been frozen in time from the moment I put it on. Since then, I've not been able to age or die. Even Nylea was unable to do what had been done. I don't, or at least I didn't, fear the thought of the Betrayers returning, because it was likely I would be the only being aside from the gods that would see their next attempt at recreating life.
So you abandoned your friends
I didn't abandon them.
and then tried to go back to say sorry?
No. If I hadn't have left, I would have died.
At this point, I don't know what's better.
Well, I thought if I jumped into the Feywild, I could heal up and go back and help, but the time difference between the Feywild and the Material Realm can be a little bit squiggly. I only rested in the Feywild for a day and a half, but by the time I returned, a good 40, 50 years had passed.
Dion just kind of whispers, "It do be like that."
It do be like that, though.
That must have been difficult for you.
One of many difficult moments in my life. But like I said, I know I haven't been too helpful thus far, and like I said, I don't know the locations of the vestiges now, but during the vision, I was shown a lot more than probably what you were shown. Back on the boat between Kyuki and Vidal, I believe Nylea warned your halfling friend Nep that a lot of entities were watching your group from afar. It would seem I was one of them. While I was kind of stuck in that trance, I've pretty much witnessed your entire journey, up until now. In everything that I've seen, everything that you've learned and heard, I believe I know a lot more now than I did previously, and if you want my help, I will give it to you.
I think you owe us that much.
I agree.
I think we need all the help we can get.
Well, he kind of looks around at the entire group. You're all a little bit fucked up from the vision still, so if you would like, you're welcome to stay here for the night while you rest up, and I can share with you my thoughts. You can ask questions, and I will tell you what I know.
Azrin just kind of shrug him off, noticeably annoyed, and hand out some beans
Some
to
beans.
everyone.
Would anyone like any tea?
I
What
put my hand
kind
up.
of
Yes.
tea?
Uh,
It's not any hallucinogenic tea, is it?
no, I've learnt my lesson with the recreational usage of drugs. Thank you.
I'll take
So
a
you
cup.
have a personal history with the dangers of attempting to use the dark vestiges for good, My question here is this vision we all just experienced. How much of that was fabricated by your fears or by you intentionally?
Visions of the past are a lot easier to witness because they've already happened, they've already been written. Visions of the future are a little bit more complicated. I don't feel my influence changed what happened. I think the vision we saw was intended to kind of show what's going to happen if things go wrong.
I wasn't there. I'm concerned. I wasn't there. I'm concerned.
It wasn't good.
I'm kind of hopeful. We didn't die immediately. We kicked ourselves. Our own asses pretty good for a while.
The concern is the fact that all of you and Dolder will, look at the four that were, dark versioned. All four of you have embraced the darkness. You and me look at Adran. You went to the mother of evil dragons, to Tiamat. To Lilith, you went to the god of torture and imprisonment. Looking at Ayara, I don't even know what you were doing, but I think we can all tell that it was not good.
What?
And towards Garble, kind of looking at his back, like, and you also know what you did.
I became hot.
Look, I don't know what I did either.
That might be part of the problem.
I know.
Maybe, maybe the vision was interrupted before I showed up. Maybe I was gonna make a grand entrance, right? Right?
I know.
You know what?
I know what happened.
How do you know?
Future self told me while I was out.
While you were ahead on a belt,
What happened?
Nothing good.
no shit.
We decided to go into the forest when we left the Vale. We didn't leave. We didn't go to the material plane. And within 2 days of being in the forest, we were ambushed by fey creatures, and Dion was slain.
AR like reaches out and grabs Dion's hand.
It took us.
See, Dion is currently in the kitchen getting a drink.
She firmly grasps it.
I do.
After being lost without our guide for a very long time in the forest, once we did eventually make our way back to the material plane, instead of months, we had less than 2 weeks. At that point, with the little time that we had left, we decided to go against our warnings, and we split the party.
With only 2 weeks left and not much to prepare, there wouldn't have been any other options. Too much ground to cover.
Indeed. So the first warning is just that. We must only look for the vestiges that we have an idea of their location, a solid foundation to start looking. And we must not split the party.
Not spend 2 months searching a fey forest? Oh, really?
Yes, Dulder, really.
I just grab AR's hand back. Yeah, really? I died! How did I die?
Do you know what happened when we got separated?
Garble was tasked to go and face Asmodeus. And AR, you elected to go with him. With Dion's loot, Garble was sure that he could get there. Of course, Lilith went back to the elves, and Dolder went back to the dwarves, and they were to commit, or not commit, make peace between their races to fight against this ultimate evil in the end of time. But somehow Saren was ahead of it and sabotaged the meeting, and instead of peace, the dwarves burned down the forest around the Elven City.
Will?
AR is like glaring at Dolder.
Well, at least there was some light in the darkness of that future.
I just like
glares
shush
harder.
his mouth and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Lilith's eyes are burning into the back of your head.
In
Eyes
return,
this time, arrow last time.
in return for this, Lilith did assassinate Dolder.
See, and this is why you shouldn't touch shit.
Meanwhile, Azran and I went to meet with Marcus to get the Arcane Order to help us. We decided to that they would attack the Kamali Mountains, and Azran and I did attempt to sneak in on the opposite side, but they had already recruited more of the Dragonborn clans, and they vastly outnumbered and outmanned the Arcane Order's forces, and it didn't take long for us to be captured within the mountain. He was given to his mother, and eventually succumbed to Tiamat.
Azrin
And-
scoffs.
And I was tortured as they tried to manipulate the disease to affect more races than just this one. Until I was nearly dead, and instead of being allowed to die to be with Bahamut, I was kept barely alive and strapped to Azran's belt to watch the world crumble around me.
Well, maybe I'm glad that I died then. Sounds
It seems
that
like you
sucked.
got off easy.
Like I got off real easy.
But what of the other gods?
Which other gods?
Our gods.
He made no mention.
I would say from that you kind of assumed from the vision that when the moon exploded, at that point, that's when the other gods were set free from their charge. But by that point, the betrayers that had been released had already done untold damage onto the world.
That then.
I don't
Bucket
like
of
this
water
future.
doesn't do much good if the entire house is already ash.
I'm not sure how much I believe the visions of a coward who left his
what?
friends for his own skin.
Oh, see, these are Bowser's visions, not Kalen's.
Yeah, these
Well,
came
they're-
from.
They're
No, this is-
visions within the vision.
it-
So how do
it's,
we know they're
this
not
is
from-
This is from when I was dead. It's I don't know how much to say, Ram.
It's up to you.
I guess I don't know how much I know. I was gonna say the whole thing, but I just don't know how much I know about what's actually happening. You know what I mean?
All right. Roll a religion check.
Uh, 14.
This strange phenomena that has kind of transpired with you is entirely new to you. You've never kind of heard about this happening before. You've never really heard about people being sent to the future to see such like intricate, detailed kind of visions like this, as you're trying to kind of like mull it over a little bit, you just start to kind of subconsciously just start to kind of rub your chest, just to where the birthmark is. But
I believe that this voice was me. I believe it was my future self giving me a warning through this mark that I have.
I believe you. I trust you. But what I've seen from him, and he points to Galen, not sure how much is trustworthy. For all I know, he killed us all in that vision. Speaking OOC as a +0 intellect and +1 wisdom dragonborn that
Yeah.
swings around a big sword.
Well, here. So anyway, in character, the points are this: only go for the ones that you know where they are, and don't split the party. I think that we can all agree to those things.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And at this point, like, Kaelin's just kind of looking a bit sorry for himself, a little bit dejected, and was like, technically, if I wanted to kill you all in the dream, I wouldn't have just helped bring 2 of you back. But it's okay. I understand, I get it. Trust is earned. And if you would, I would very happily earn your trust. I've seen the journey that you've been on, and I think I can help.
Azrin just stays silent with his arms crossed.
I'll walk up to him and put his hand out. I don't think you tried to kill us. You've been living in this town the whole time I've been alive. And you could have wiped out this whole town if you wanted to.
If I wanted to, but no, this place is special to me. Having said that, though, like I said, I've witnessed the entire journey that you've been on, and your group is so curious.
You keep saying that,
Like,
and I'm
people
wondering
keep
how much you
saying that.
saw.
well, I don't know if you've, like, made the connections yet, or kind of... I feel like a lot of the answers that you are seeking you've heard, but you just haven't quite put the puzzle pieces together yet. Like, I know Nylea's told you that fate is not something that she believes in, and she kind of tends to try and predict how kind of events will unfold, but that old kind of cave temple that the dwarves built with Celestia and Moradin, do you not find it strange that the 3 gods that were forging the kind of chains to hold the moon together were 3 gods that have strong links to your party?
Now you say it like that.
And he kind of looks over at Lilith, and the elf was sent out to find her brother, and during the whole course of her experience, she ended up getting a bounty to track down the halfling Nep's mother. Like, there's a lot of coincidences within your party that are all tying you all together, and I don't know, it's curious. If fate isn't real, then you certainly are an anomaly.
So it wasn't just me wanting to bug the shit out of the dwarf that I hung out with him, it was fate?
Some say fate, others says divine will. Either way, we have things to do.
Can't it be both?
Well, yes. I suppose those of you that don't have faith in the gods Perhaps the gods at least have faith in all of you.
Mine just came back, so like faith plus.
Yes.
My concern of the vision still lies not just in what actions we must plan for next, but also for the weakness it shows within our party.
Well, that's the thing. The future is never fully written. It's always ever changing. I would imagine that there's probably another version of the future where there's 4 different members of your group, or maybe all of you, that have all kind of been corrupted or changed somehow.
That's optimistic.
Dalder visually bristles at that.
Dion now is back almost into fully trip mode because they've just unlocked multiverse theory in their own mind.
So I could have more than 2 wings.
4 wings.
Dion's just like, you mean every action could have a possible reaction and create a shoot off of a future that might happen? They're just in a corner now, just
Oh, yeah,
losing it.
the butterfly theory.
The what?
You know? Never mind. He sees the look of your face of like mind blown. He's like, it matters not. Just I will help you with what I know, and we'll put you on course for what seems to be the best step ahead, and we'll take it from there. I'll try not to blow your minds too much. Firstly, though, I've got to ask, those vials, the god blood that you found, may I see one?
Oh, see, I think Bowser and Lilith have them.
I have one. It's marked
Oh, you have one?
alphabet
Okay.
soup.
Alphabet soup, that's right.
Alphabet soup.
Yeah, alphabet soup. And I don't see why not. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? We have another vision where we might die in the future.
As you say that, Dalder just starts glaring at you.
And he just kind of laughs. No. I don't really use my magical abilities anymore, but I have kind of taken time to kind of learn about potion crafting, and this is a very powerful agent. As a sign of good faith, if you would permit me to use a couple of these, you could keep one if you wish. I could create quite a hefty potion for you all.
That does what?
Give you an incredible boost.
I am quite hesitant to have divine blood being used to give someone a boost.
Like
Dion tries
almost
to hold their
sacrilegious.
ears back.
Like I said, you seem to have faith or the understanding that you're being put on this path by divine beings, which also means you are probably put on the path to meet me and the abilities that I have. So you were meant to find the blood, and you were meant to find me. Time's
Does that
ticking.
mean I'm meant to kill one of my best friends and pledge myself to Tiamat?
Well, no, that's like I said, the future isn't written.
Vision and be warned not to be so hasty.
I think overall, both our vision and Quithus's vision was meant to be more of a warning of what could come if we fuck it up.
Aye.
No.
If we fuck it up.
Or stray from the path of righteousness.
Or that.
Given our track record, I'd say we are the fuck ups.
We
Nonetheless,
just brought
I
back a
don't-
deity. I think we're doing pretty good. Personally.
I know it may
Careful.
seem, from what you've kind of done, that you feel like you've fucked up a lot, but I can't see anything that you've done that would have ended up better.
Dalder points to Garble. Contract. He points to Ayara. Crown.
It
He
was
points to
great.
Azran. If you find a whip, no.
Whip it
Oh,
real
see, Don't watch
good.
him whip. Don't watch him nay nay.
I refuse to believe I'll ever use a whip. Coward's weapon.
Well, then if you don't believe that that was the future, but you don't believe that you would ever use a whip, then...
That's not my future.
Gotcha.
Oh, see, at the mention of whip, I'm just thinking back of Gabby and just smiling.
With furrowed brows, Dalder will turn to Garble. A bit more seriousness in this situation, a little less levity might be called for.
Well, I'm not tied down to any gods like you are. I'm after power, for obvious reasons.
The day you put that power over the sake of others and the world, I will personally end you. Better that than to see you rise to
You
darkness.
say that 15 times a day.
And you keep proving me correct. If a child in a barn keeps reaching for a torch, it will burn down the barn, spank the child, or send it the fuck out of the barn.
You probably shouldn't say spank in front of Garble.
Oh, see, I'm smiling again. But yeah, I'm intrigued by this idea of this stat boosting potion that might be coming out of this quote unquote deal with the soup.
I'm inclined to agree out of sheer curiosity, but that's me. Has nothing to do with my faith.
Listen, you held your own in that fight with odds very much stacked against you, and part of the reason that I've kind of changed my tune a little bit is because I'm kind of impressed. As a team, you work well together.
I tend to disagree with holding our own. We met up against two of them initially, and our party would crumble.
You met with a champion of the Betrayers, and you pretty much battered one to almost death before banishing him. That isn't an easy task.
But a failed one regardless.
No, but that's where this potion comes in help. Listen, if there's only 2 months to go before the coming solstice and the moon going boom, you're going to need a big boost in power quickly.
I mean, what could put you closer to your god than blood of a god?
Doing his bidding, us gaining power to stop what is coming, is not inherently us becoming more powerful. It is setting the stage for a better future and giving the entire world a chance. If that means us becoming more powerful, or if that means us going to the people that we need to go to and getting them ready and in position where they can change the future. Those are two very different things.
Why not do both?
I took the words right out of my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Because one path has more inherent dangers than the other. And he'll just kind of look at Garble.
I'm not looking for him to sign a contract with me to make him become a pit fiend.
Oh, thank God, 'cause he would totally do it.
Yeah, I mean...
So
We all
Golder just
breathe.
like throws a
We
hand
all
under the
breathe.
Yara like, yes!
Simultaneous relief from all the rest of us. Oh god.
Maybe let's all take tonight and think about it. You guys can meditate to, your deities, and we'll come together in the morning and talk about it. I think right now is a bad time for anybody to try to be making decisions or,
Yes,
mean-
of course.
that was a hell of a trip. I got a little bit of a headache.
Yeah.
I'll say.
Yeah.
Fine by me. Adrian kind of just walks
Mm.
off.
Duh.
Yeah. At this point, like, Echo is just kind of like nuzzling up to the side of Lilith. Just happy to kind of see that she's okay.
No pets for the puppy.
No pets.
No pets.
Womp womp.
I'll to Kaylin be like, about that tea.
Yes, the tea. I'll go right ahead. You're welcome to come inside if you want. I can make some food, get some kind of comfortable kind of situation down if anyone wants to kind of just cozy on down for a while.
Go inside the mysterious wizard tower that's been looming over the lake my whole life? Absolutely not. And I just start walking.
Wait for me.
He kind of looks back at you, Gobble. I won't tell them that you've already been in there. Where were you heading off to, Ajran?
Just walking around the lake, cooling off,
Oh.
cooling my head off,
Mm-hmm.
skipping stones.
Nice. Make a dexterity check for me.
Oh shit!
See how many skips you get.
How poetic.
3 + 2, 5.
Boom!
He just throws like a whole
He
rock.
throws a boulder.
Accurate. Very accurate.
Makes a lot of little tiny splashes around it though too, which is satisfying. So what are the rest of you doing? Are you all getting heading in, apart from Ajran, who's cooling off?
What time of day is it at this point?
Oh, it's nighttime. This is the same day that you had the auction, so like this is getting towards like late evening time.
For now.
Okay. Well, you push into this kind of like beautiful kind of set out kind of like dining kitchen kind of combination. There's like a large kind of wooden table with those kind of beautiful kind of cushion chairs all kind of stuck around it, and Kaylin kind of walks over to the side and starts to put a kettle on boil.
Describe to me what a fey kettle is.
It's a metal pot that is being heated up by a fire underneath.
In the Feywild.
In the Feywild.
Genetic
With a
Feywild.
purple flame.
Is that
Made
a
by Fey
teapot?
hand.
Anyway.
Britishness intensifies.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Whole thing isn't working.
Which
My
thing?
sound working. Nothing is working.
What do you
You
mean?
can't hear us, you mean?
It keeps cutting out.
Oh no.
Mm.
I don't know if it's my internet because I'm looking at Foundry and at the moment I have a grey screen. Like I can see the picture, but it's grey.
Interesting.
Might be.
That's my Foundry.
That's just the Feywild.
You shit broken.
Yeah.
And everything keeps cutting out.
Might be.
I can't hear you.
Might be your internet.
Well, it says it's on full. Like it says it's fine. It's like even my screen's like when I open Foundry, it's saying that my screen isn't like at high enough resolution based on heights. Which I think
When in
means
doubt, restart computer.
I have 3 times.
Oh. Well, that's the extent of mine. Oh, there she goes.
Oh.
Eh.
I'm not Geek Squad anymore. That's all I can help with.
How about we take a nice early break so we can try and get her fixed,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
and
Yeah.
then we'll come back afterwards. All right, quick break. Bye bye. a bit of a long break, but
I do it off comms.
yeah.
Push to cry.
Push to cry.
Cry.
Okay, back in the room. It's been. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Right, tea.
I need to get-
Entering the tower.
Yes, you've entered Kaelin's kitchen after the resurrection of Gwithus and Garble, and the big bomb that Kaelin seems has kind of been watching you on your journey, or at least has seen your journey when the vision took place.
Is this real life?
Back in the room.
Dion is concerned about the amount of people that have apparently been watching them do things for the last few months. It's a bit much.
Mhm. So, anyone have any jolting questions from the off, or should we just enjoy the tea for a bit?
Do you know who my dad is? No, I'm kidding. Not really. Sorry, Dad.
No, I haven't seen that much, I'm afraid.
Why were you watching us in the first place?
I didn't mean to. I kind of got thrown into watching your entire journey during you having that big fight in the future.
How much did you see?
I've seen... it was kind of flashes in and out. I haven't seen everything, so don't worry, I'm not watching you shower or anything. I think it was just kind of showing me the cliff notes, the important points.
Like, noticeably relieved.
Yeah, not showering, because that's what I was concerned about.
I think it was just kind of intended to show me the important kind of bullet point moments from your journey thus far.
Oh, see, I'm trying to think of what would be the D&D equivalent of a movie, and that does not exist.
A campfire tale?
Yeah,
Yes.
basically.
I don't know,
yeah.
a bard song?
Wow, listen here.
Wow. Oh,
Listen here,
wow.
fucker.
There was no way to have stories told to people in this medieval setting.
I'm gonna punch you.
Ponders the bard.
Nobody here has asked me for a story, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Anyway, sips tea aggressively.
Slurp.
So what happened to the ring?
Well, I absorbed the magic, and once the magic's gone, it was arbitrary to destroy. It was very simple. Magical items tend to be quite hardy compared to kind of general kind of trinkets, and once the magic's kind of sapped out of them, it's quite easy to just kind of break them. So at least you know for your own ease of mind that the ring isn't going to cause any trouble.
Mhm.
Well, not to you at least, and he kind of gives a kind of bit of a sad look.
Sad, sigh-eyed slurp.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me an insight check, Dulder.
Insight check?
Mm-hmm.
Do you just want my passive or do you want an active?
Active one. Like, because I'd say at this point you kind of just sat down kind of browsing around and you're just kind of trying to get some sort of read.
Well, the new dice is off to a decent start with a 16, so that's a 24.
Okay, Jesus. Yeah, you kind of notice that Kaelin kind of keeps looking at you a little bit, and is trying. He's kind of got the look of someone that wants to kind of say something or ask something, but isn't quite sure how to approach you.
Dolder will just kind of
pinch the bridge of his nose. I don't know if you're looking for a confession or what, but clearly something troubles you, my child. Speak.
Well, I think it's all quite apparent now that we all know that Moradin's Forge, where your people are looking for, isn't where you believe it is. It's not in kind of Lilith City of Meridan. Having seen and heard...
Take it your concern is the burning of the forest.
Well, that isn't something that I want to see happen, no. I mean, I don't really have any connections to Meridan as such. I mean, I've been there before, it's a very beautiful city, but more of the point where I feel like this bad blood between elves and dwarves has been something of a setup. I mean, I know from, like, long back in my time, I mean, the vestiges were created in Moradin's Forge, I've been there. Now, I was kind of sent there, but from what I've seen and heard from your travels, you surely have an inkling as to where this forge truly is, right?
Through the portal on a different plane, yes.
No. Think. The Dorigar.
Dollar is just flat staring at it the entire time.
The Dorigar that the other band from the other band of mercenaries you encountered, Jacob Rudmeyer. If you recall from your little private chat, I believe he mentioned his people uncovered a long, undiscovered forge, buried deep in the Underdark. His descriptions of the kind of forge itself reminded me very much of where I helped craft the vestiges.
Dollar just starts cussing loudly in Dwarven.
Ooh,
I
he
understand
mad.
that.
Why did everybody come out of this vision with like new powers and new
No.
visions and all of it? Dion just knows that they die. It's tea.
I knew Dwarvish from before. I learned it after one of my visions after I sleep.
Again, visions and people getting cool things.
They're my
It's
memories.
tea.
They're not
It's
visions.
tea.
Ken just kind of looks at you. You got the loot.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Some get powers, others get errands and homework.
But if what the Dorigar said is true, you know who's there now, right?
Other than a lovely bunch of squid faces.
Yes, making powerful items, and who do the squid faces worship?
A bad guy? I raise my hand.
Torog, the one that burst from under the ground.
I
If-
whisper to Ayara, a bad guy.
Yes, the one the elf decided to go into bed with.
Bad guy.
I mean, from the sound of it.
Lilith did what?
I did jack shit.
Your future
Not
self
what we
did.
saw.
And I would imagine that was probably due to the fact that the dwarves burned your home, so you were like, I am going to get my revenge, kind of a situation. I mean, Torog is known for being the god of torture. I doubt your future assassination attempt was probably a fast one. But anyway, I just find it a little bit suspicious that thousands of years the dwarves and elves have butted heads over the false location of the forge, all while your other old enemies from deep below have been helping themselves to try and track it down unimpeded. If that helps try and kind of forge some kind of easy alliance between the dwarves and elves to try and fight a greater evil below, then, you know.
If the forest location is not in the woods, nor is the one access to it through their forest, then we would have no interest there. If this is true, you cannot forget that there are thousands of years riding upon these beliefs.
I know. I'm just saying there's a lot of coincidences kind of knocking about through all this.
Yes, coincidences, this and fate, that is all over the place. But one does not change thousands of years of tradition and history and culture in overnight.
No, but surely this information may help.
All information helps in one way, as long as it is verified.
Speaking of which, I still feel that the key to finding the location of each of these vestiges lies with the elves and the dwarves. I mean, I kind of took my leave once the vestiges were created, but I know a lot of my kin would have returned to their home, and Meridan is the only kind of stronghold of elves that still exists. I think the key to finding the vestiges is going to lie with finding the answers through both the elves and the dwarves. If you're looking for your first port of call, my suggestion is to visit both and see if some answers can be gleaned from that.
Regardless of what this information will lead to or not, I need to return to Carthaldur. There is too much information, too many things uncovered and found through our travels. That information needs to be brought back.
I agree.
What ends up being done with this information is for others to decide. I will give my influence what I can, but at the end, the council and the high priest will decide where Carthaldur goes.
I agree that it's a good idea for you to return home, and I also think that there's going to be a time coming up soon where some questions are going to start having to be asked about who you can trust and who can you use. While I don't doubt, that the path that you're on is going to be something that you're going to have to kind of do largely on your own, especially when tracking the vestiges down, but if a war's going to break out again, you're going to need armies. You're going to need forces on your side.
You need a dawn greet.
On a large scale, yes.
You need a dawn greet with a real good loot.
One of the questions you need to ask yourself is who benefits from the betrayers coming back and who doesn't. I know that many of you are concerned with Cass being back in Darkfen, but if life is erased from the surface of the world, he'd be one of them. I'm not suggesting you go down to Cass and go, enemy of my enemy is my friend and all that. But something along those lines in the future may be something you may consider.
He'd probably try to eat us again.
Yeah, maybe speak from a distance. I think some of you can commune telepathically.
Horn. Good idea.
Yes, okay. Just kind of...
With gods and the betrayers on the horizon, I do not care about a vampire in a moldy old keep.
I mean, that keep was kind of nice.
And the vampire was kind of hot.
Oh my god, right?
And more to the point, the war's been exaggerated, and its kind of whole kind of outlook has changed over the years through the different countings and retellings. People always kind of picture it as being this kind of light versus dark, good versus evil battle, but the truth is it was a lot more complicated than that. the betrayers were just as savage and brutal with each other as they were with the prime deities. I think at some point there was a disagreement between a lot of them, and some of them split. I think that is why Asmodeus, and he kind of looks at you, Garble, ended up kind of turning over to the others. Not all the betrayers. I feel like there's something that happened between the betrayers where what if they didn't want to recreate life? What if some of them decided that life wasn't needed anymore? I mean, gods themselves are powerful beings, and he kind of looks at the two clerics. Forgive me, I don't mean to sound condescending, but we were created to power them. They're already powerful in their own right, but the mortals races were created to worship and infuse them with more power and increase their strength and standing. What if the gods...
We exist for the sake of our fathers. That is no insult or hidden knowledge.
Okay, well, like I said. But what if some of the betrayers found a way of fueling their own power without the need of worshippers? Then life would have no meaning anymore, and it wouldn't be needed. I mean, there's not any temples to Grumsh kind of lying around in the major cities, yet he's still a powerful entity. Where did they get their power from? He's kind of looking around at the kind of blank faces. Sorry, I know it's a lot to be taking in. I've had 17,000 years to kind of mull over kind of ideas and theories, and I know that you're all tired and probably wildly confused, but... Sorry, I'm just speaking my mind at the minute.
No, it's we just I think a lot of this is more, it's a lot to process.
Yes.
I mean, you saw our travels, what was it, not even 2 months ago, where we were just off doing our own fucking things, and then all of a sudden here we are.
Yeah.
Getting our brains ripped apart.
Yeah. From fighting a poisonous sea snake to fighting vampire lords and dragons. You've been on quite the adventure.
Losing to a poisonous sea snake, mind you.
I'd like to see you face that snake now and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, let's go fight that snake again.
But I believe our future direction is pretty clear. At least for me, I must return to Katheldor.
Yeah, apparently we shouldn't stay in the Feywild.
I mean...
As some of us have been saying for a while.
But we will return soon enough.
Yeah, when I won't die.
When you won't die.
When you won't die. I mean, the Nessian Woods is a whole different ordeal.
That's where I died? Why didn't you say so, Bowser? Or Quithis?
I tried to. It was quick. He just told me a lot of information really fast.
I mean, I assume that's where you went since you went looking for the vestige in the Feywild, which is in there.
Right.
Dying in the Nessian Woods, that makes sense now.
Yes.
I get it.
Hi.
Did I... You didn't say what happened to me in your future vision.
He didn't tell me.
You were at least alive. And fighting.
Yeah.
True.
From what you were told, Quithis, Garble and Ayara went to the Hells to try and, because Asmodeus seemed to help the gods previously, the thought was that maybe he'd help again, and that was the last you saw of them until.
Also, OOC, if I'm misremembering, but when you described Ayara to us during the fight, wasn't she wearing a black crown?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought she was.
Nope.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, no.
That's what I'm checking.
She was wielding what was it looked either like a hammer or an axe, but it was hard to tell because it was completely wreathed in black flame.
Okay, maybe that's what I thought.
Yeah.
What crown?
Yeah, no, there was no crown. The crown broke. It gone.
Yeah, it's dead.
Well, I mean, it was a different universe. It could have been a different.
A different creepy dark crown.
Although I could have sworn I heard black crown, but maybe I was just hearing what I wanted. Maybe it was my own fan fiction I was weaving in.
Spider Queen crown weaving. Yeah, I get it. Ashran's not there.
Ashran's not there.
All I know is that during the fight, all I could see is Slender Man with tomatoes. That's my picture of Ayara right there.
What the fuck? I'm way cuter.
Lilith, what are you doing?
I don't know what's going on.
You're basically around the table drinking tea.
I don't know where we are, I don't know what's going on. Probably bad call to come to me, dude. You
Just
say
say,
we're around
I'm
the
drinking
street.
my tea.
I'm drinking my tea, leave me
Pet-
alone.
So
I'm
good
drinking
job.
tea and petting Echo.
Drink.
Yes.
Leave her alone.
I don't know what tree we're at right now. I get what tree we're at right now, but I don't know.
It's Kaylin's house.
That's nice. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm currently reading my idiot's guide on our Discord right now.
Okay.
Move along.
Okay, moving along. Ashran, what are you doing outside?
Skipping rock.
You moved from the pebbles to boulders.
Kaplonking.
Bonkers.
Alright.
Just I don't know. Blowing off steam. Still aggravated that someone he considered a friend so easily thought, he could be easily swayed to like the path of the dark side.
Anger leads to hate.
Right. Suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Because I started walking south around the lake, thinking about those amulets and how the fuck that happened to resurrect everyone.
Mm-hmm. Give me a perception check.
I'm super good at those. 17.
Mm-hmm. You kind of roll the kind of little kind of dragon symbol between your two fingers, and you kind of look at the sky now that is now kind of cleared away of all the kind of dark kind of rolling storm clouds, and you just in the distance, kind of echoing over the top of Mount Iriniad, just kind of hear this like rumbling sound of thunder. It's just like a little nod to show that you're being watched.
I'll take that sign and I'll put my javelin of lightning in the ground, and I'll just sit on my knees and close my eyes and meditate towards it, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you, Suncraft, for ruining the moment.
I was about to say bye music. See ya.
I thought I disconnected. I almost lost my shit.
Oh.
That would be me if it was anyone.
Just the entire internet in the UK goes down.
Yeah. Yeah, you take a moment, just kind of have this kind of quiet contemplation for a bit as you kind of stab the lightning, kind of javelin into the ground. I mean, you're still at 1 hit point at this point, and your entire body is still kind of hurting, and you just kind of feel like the few of the muscles kind of still kind of spasming a little bit from the electrical energy that managed to bring you back to life.
Yeah. I could use a long rest.
But yeah, there's nothing really else happens. You just kind of have your eyes closed, and you could just hear this kind of rumbling thunder in the distance. Just kind of, just almost reassuringly.
I'll focus on that as I stay there for a while.
Mm-hmm. The rest of you back in the kitchen. What are you? Anything you'd like to ask Kaelin, or? I'm 17,000 years old. Ask me anything.
AMA, I'm immortal.
Yeah.
Other than the gates we are aware of, and kind of bring out the map, do you know the location of any other gates?
I mean, there are a few on the other continents, but I don't know if it's within your...
Gates that we can actually get to in time.
I mean... And he kind of points over to the kind of... and he kind of stands up, kind of walks over to like a little bookshelf and starts kind of leaf through some of the kind of the books and tomes that he's kind of had collected up over the years, and pulls one down and kind of takes a look at you, Garble. I feel this is probably a little bit beyond your expertise right now, but with enough training and experience and power, I feel that one day these may be of use to you. At least some of them. I don't think all of them are in use anymore. And he kind of slides over a book towards you.
I very carefully but very eagerly check these books.
The book is just kind of filled with information on different cities, and on the pages is a intricate, detailed kind of drawing of a teleportation symbol for use of the city. Like I said, not many of them may be in use anymore, but if you did need to flit to the other continents when you have the ability to, maybe this will become of use.
Oh, see, my eyes widen, and I grasp the book tighter, and I just tell him, these will come in very handy eventually. Thank you. Lots of thanks.
You're welcome. But as for the gates themselves, I think the gates that I know of are pretty much the ones that you've marked on your map.
I don't think I'm holding any map with any said.
No,
Who was
he was saying this to Dulder, who pulled the map out.
I would say I had basically laid out the map on the table for everyone.
Right. So, stick together. Don't separate. Find vestiges. Say no to drugs. Is that sum up everything?
I mean, pretty much.
I think that last part, especially.
Yeah, I think we learned that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, you've all got this very weird interconnection between each other. And yeah, regardless of what Nylia said about fate, I feel that fate has pulled you all together.
AR kind of looks to Dolder and is like, "You hear that, Dolder? We're connected." And she like wiggles her fingers at him menacingly.
Surprise! It's the Wanda smile.
I join in with Ayara with connected.
Moradin works in mysterious ways. Sometimes he leaves us challenges,
I mean,
hoping we can bear them.
yes, I agree with the Moradin, but I feel that a lot of the gods have been pushing you all together. Not just Nylia.
I mean, at least lately, one in particular sips tea.
I didn't even know there were gods until recently.
Caitlin just... I must say, watching your journey has been fascinating.
Quithus hears that and just looks at AR slack-jawed.
Alright,
Least
AR is gonna like
surprised.
knock back the rest of her tea like a shot and be like, "Alright, are we ready for bed?"
I drink up my tea and I was like, I'm gonna go take a minute. I'll be to bed later.
If you would like, I can prepare some kind of sleeping arrangements for you here, unless you're going to go back into town.
Oh yeah, my bed's right there.
I mean,
I've
it's...
been traveling for too long.
I mean, it's still a, good 30-minute walk away, but yeah, your bed's right there.
Make me one just in case. We'll see how I feel.
Oh, see, I forget. What were the sleeping arrangements we had already?
You all passed out in the bar.
On the floor.
Yeah, we were
Last
on the
I
bar.
recall was
Yeah.
sleeping on the floor.
We were
on
in a big
uh,
old cuddle puddle.
Yeah, you're in a cuddle
Jumpy
puddle in the
stomach.
bar. I mean, you could go back and have a cuddle puddle again if you wanted to.
Hey,
mean-
guys.
Cuddle
Cuddle
puddle.
puddle round two.
I was hoping I could hold someone's hand while we sleep just to make sure they don't leave.
Oh.
Aw. I'll hold your hand, Ayara.
Okay, thanks.
Meanwhile, Azrin left like half an hour ago.
Yeah, Dion's basically
Yeah.
gonna go back out to the courtyard and sit in front of the statue and draw it.
Okay. Occasionally you hear a big plonk.
Fucking fish. I
Skadoosh.
just, like, I think it's just the fish in the lake being loud. And then a certain big one will make my pencil just like jolt across the paper and I have to like erase it.
The dragon has like a twirled mustache. And he just kind of gives one last kind of like... No, I won't say plea, but like... So... The vial of the molten gold... Would you like me to craft something overnight for you all, or...?
We have a vial of molten gold?
The god blood that you found from the
we
temple.
have multiple
Oh.
vials of divine blood. All of which I am
I mean-
very hesitant to use for alchemy.
I'm down.
Well,
Of course
speaking
you
as
are.
the owner of one of them, I'd be down for that.
Azrin's spirit just enters the room. Me too.
Me!
The eagerness of these two hardly instills me with confidence.
I know your hesitation and what you saw probably didn't help alleviate any of those tensions, but if you're going to be going up against possible betrayer gods, you're going to need all the help you can get. And I know
Yeah.
your faith in Moradin is strong and you believe he will show you the right course, but I think this is one of the paths that he meant for you. If you don't wish to take it, then I won't force it on you, but I
It's
will...
okay. I can take a share.
This is exactly the problem I have. It is not Moradin or myself I doubt on. I doubt in other of us that are very obviously eagerly tempted by power.
Oh, I'm not tempted by power. I just want to see what happens. Also, what good is it just sitting in a vial in a bag?
I mean, I'm not...
Good done by it being in a vial in a bag is greater than the evil it can do when in the wrong hands.
I will say I'm not asking for all of it either. I think it would be important if you kind of shared this with some of your people. So 1 or 2 vials would be more than enough. If you wanted to keep 1 or 2 spare, I don't know how many you have.
I don't think anyone gave me any of them.
I think I have one and Lilith has one, right?
Yara is just like half of her body is inside of the bag of holding while she's like looking through it.
Lilith, do you hand over the vial of god blood that you got from the Moradin temple? Lilith, are you there?
The entire
She's
idea.
in and out.
I'll find out later.
Well, I hand over my alphabet soup.
Okay. And he kind of just goes into the back kind of corner and starts to kind of pull out this kind of weird kind of small little kind of cauldron kind of looking container. Starts to kind of pour in different kind of potions and mixtures. Starts to kind of sprinkle little herbs, look like herbs at least, and leaves. I mean, I should be able to make enough for all of you. But it's down to you if you want to use it. If you wish to go and either sleep here or find your own sleeping arrangements in town, they can have this prepared for you by the morning.
Sounds good. Ayara like starts to look around and she's like, "Where is Ashran?"
Truly nothing escapes your notice.
Yeah.
Ayara like glares at Dolder, like not quite sure if that was an insult or not. But she's sus.
Good luck reading the poker face.
Sussy Baka. And then she's gonna go look for Ashran.
Okay. Fairly easy to do. You can just see him just to the south a little bit from Kaelin's kind of cottage on the shore of the
Throwing
river.
rocks in the water.
Well, yeah. There's like his large kind of javelin kind of bolt is just kind of jammed into the floor next to him.
What you doing?
Meditating.
Skadoosh.
Says with his eyes closed. I stopped skipping rocks, okay?
That's just actually the giant fish now.
Yeah. Start to throw the rocks back.
Meditating on what?
Just what brought us back?
Oh. Okay. I'll meditate too. She like closes her eyes and
Okay.
lasts for about 3 seconds before she's like, "What are you thinking about?"
cord and the god that granted us that second chance.
Oh, okay. She goes back to closing her eyes.
The bones that I made those amulets out of were of Tetriok, the dragon that he slayed.
Oh, thank
On my
God
island.
for those.
I know, right?
Oh, I meant what I said last time. If I die, you need to wear my ring.
Seems like if you die, I die instead, as he peeks out of one eye.
Well, in case we've already used that up.
Deal.
Okay.
I hand her a rock.
She puts it in her pocket.
Stuff was handed, stuff is put.
Join the tribe of pocket tomatoes.
Yeah.
Your offering is accepted.
I was gonna say throw it, but I guess that works too.
There's now some tomato paste in the pocket now from where the rocks
Yep.
crushed one.
It's very flavorful.
Nice little aroma.
It's a salt rock.
Ketchup.
I kind of just shush her a bit and then make sure she can hear the storm that's far off.
Make a perception check, Ayara.
God.
Good grief, she's not gonna hear it.
I think I get +3 in perception. Oh no, I get +0. Okay, hold on. Ooh, 15.
You kind of sit there in kind of quietness, kind of listening next to him. You don't hear anything.
You hear that?
Aaron just like opens an eye and stares at Ajahn and is like, yeah.
I kind of like push her with my shoulder, just be like, shut up. Go back to being quiet.
Okay, I'm bored. Goodbye. And she leaves.
Alright. Is there anything anyone wants to do before you try and work out where you're sleeping for the evening?
I'm just drawn, and then I'll probably end up crashing closest to where that is. So probably somewhere in the tower. I'll find a spot.
Okay. Yeah.
Dolder is going to go back to the tavern and see if they have any spare rooms.
I thought you were gonna say spare ribs.
I mean, healing the dead is hungry work.
I mean, yeah, it do work up an appetite.
Got any spare ribs?
Thanks for that, by the way.
You're welcome.
Yeah. After a while of putting kind of the weird kind of potion brew that Kaelin seems to be making together, he kind of goes off and kind of opens up a large kind of guest kind of room and starts to kind of put out blankets and throw rugs for people if they wanted to kind of bed down. There's a few beds in there, but it'd be a bit of a tight squeeze if everyone wanted to kind of jump in.
I'll stay.
Okay.
I'd say as Azrin walks back to the hut, he'll put his cloak over Dion and he'll just sit outside, just holding onto his sword. Like against a tree or something.
I'll like pull the cloak more over and make like little snuggy arms somewhere where I can keep drawing.
Oh, I thought you passed out.
Oh no, I was drawing. I'm awake. I don't know how long my drawings take. Picasso.
I like it.
Well, I do it regardless.
Yeah.
I'll just kind of, after a couple minutes of you sitting by the tree, I'll say, I don't think he's a bad guy. He's just a sad guy who made some bad choices.
I would agree with that.
And, I mean, what's worse punishment, being dead or having to live for an eternity with your bad choices?
Yeah, I kind of posed that question to him. Just not sure what's better. So,
Yeah,
like you said,
I-
could be his own punishment.
and that's more of what I'm saying is I think we can berate him as much as we want, but I don't think our words are going to cut any deeper than his own to himself. You don't just create an entire statue in your courtyard for somebody that you didn't care about.
Yeah, I was brash in the moment for sure, but I
It
still think
happens.
he made the wrong choices.
Yeah, maybe like what he said was fate. If he had made a brash choice and the wrong choice, he wouldn't be here to help us deal with this thousands of years later. His bad choices led him here.
Ours too.
Mm-hmm.
Dolder, you managed to get back to the to the Hearth and Horn, the inn on the other side of the town. Yeah, you push your way inside. It's looking a lot better than it was earlier in the day, with its kind of run down, kind of smashed up bar that Boblin had kind of destroyed. And you see Panos just kind of stood by and kind of serving out a few kind of drinks. There's a few people that have already kind of passed out already, because it is starting to kind of get kind of late on into the kind of early hours of the morning at this point.
I just approach the bar and inquire if they have any lodging available.
He just kind of shows you the corner where you slept the night before, where you see Rhodes is just currently snoring his head off. The one that you snuggled up to the time before.
Night in the woods it is, and Dolder will walk out, prepared to make camp somewhere in town, in a corner.
And he kind of, well, take this with you, and he kind of hands you a kind of a bottle of kind of looks like kind of whiskey or scotch. Don't worry, it's none of the kind of strong shit that the troublemakers have handed out, but it tends to get quite cold in the evenings, so might help keep you warm.
I am sure I will manage somehow. Appreciate it, though. And yeah, go out and find somewhere on the outskirts, not quite out in the woods, but not camping in the middle of the city street.
Okay.
Plus, for the first good while, Dolder will, he'll set up a little camp unobtrusively out of the way, and probably spending the first hour or two in meditation and prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Doing his as per usual of kind of just praying the usual rituals, and also the seeking guidance, as he has been doing quite regularly recently, it seems.
What would Dolder's thoughts be currently on his hammer?
How he views it?
Mm-hmm.
It still stays pretty true to how it was before, that there is a mix of shame and apprehension to how things have turned out.
Okay.
I mean, his views, especially on the latest quote unquote blessing to him, it comes off almost more as a personal failure than anything.
And you kind of look down at the handler. You can just see the kind of where the kind of grip is. It's almost like there's like a vine or kind of piece of ivy that seems to have like grown up along the hilt, and no matter how hard you've kind of tried to pull it off, it's not budged. But yeah, you meditate for the couple of hours, and you eventually find yourself managing to get some sleep. What about you, Quithus? What are you doing?
I stayed in the tower.
Okay.
I pretty much just went and passed out.
Okay.
Being dead is pretty exhausting, actually.
It is,
Don't know
and
about it.
you all feel like shit. And a good night's rest.
Hangover ever.
Oh yeah, like
Sitting here looking at my 1 hit point.
yeah. Those of you that got resurrected by lightning, like it feels like someone has just been jumping on your chest. It's like your ribs and everything just feel like they've kind of probably not broken fully, but they've probably taken a little splinter here or there. But as you all kind of quieten down and get a long night's rest, you manage to get a nice, well-earned sleep to kind of mull over.
So, a long rest?
You get a long rest, yes. You
Hell yeah.
You get a long rest. Nothing attacks you in the middle of the night.
Oh, thank God.
Alright, that's much better.
No horrendous dreams to kind of...
What, no more visions?
no more... Perhaps the gods have decided to kind of let you be for the night. After everything that you've endured. But there is like a sense of kind of... quiet confidence that kind of just kind of seems to kind of grasp all of you during the night, where you've kind of... you know what you're aiming for, and you know the next step forward. And that was just all about going about it. So as the new dawn comes, what are you all doing?
Waking up in a weird house that ain't mine.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
For me? Okay.
Yeah. Now that you're actually kind of not on the brink of death and have now had a long night's rest where you can actually
Not
take in
fucking
your
stressed.
surroundings. Yeah.
It's 18.
18. Yeah, this place is just... it's like an Aladdin's cave. Like, there's so much kind of wondrous kind of things that are all around. Like, there's weird floating orbs that just seem to be, like, drifting by. Almost like a constellation of, like, a solar system in some sort of sense, from what you can understand. Yeah, it's just... there's so much kind of going on inside this place. It's a lot to take in. But it's very simple, and despite all the kind of little weird kind of trinkets that are kind of dotted around, it's very well kept, very tidy. Almost like he takes a lot of pride in this little home that he's kind of created for himself here in the edge of the Scholar Vale.
Gian just like internally is like, well, he does spend a lot of time in here. I'm glad it looks as nice as it does. What the fuck is that?
Don't worry about it.
Oh no!
Who is
Just
that?
a book starts talking.
Yeah.
No, I'll just kind of like wake up, trying to also not get another headache from just how much is going on in the tower,
Mm.
and already mind blown with the multiverse theory becoming a thing. To
Mm.
Dion. They're very simple country things, so.
Yeah. It's like you've just had like this rocket scientist just trying to explain like the propulsion system theory to you.
Right. And I'm just like, well, have you ever heard Banjo do this? So yeah, I'll just kind of wake up and meander around, take a
Mhm.
look. Because, again, I've seen this place my whole childhood, but I've never been inside.
Yeah.
I'm eating it up.
Yeah, and growing up, like you've heard all these whispers about old like the old mage Kalen who doesn't really socialize with the rest of the town. He just kind of keeps to his own little kind of nook, kind of separated by the river.
And I always thought he was like an old guy because they kept calling him Old Wizard.
Yeah.
I was picturing like Merlin, not.
Yeah.
I mean, dude has been
Getting
there long enough
repaste.
to earn the name.
Yeah.
That's fair.
He was around back when the Sybils were born.
Yeah.
You've seen many people come and go from. Well, he's been alive when many people have come and gone from the Scholar Vale.
It's true.
Not necessarily seen them. Yeah, you managed to kind of walk your way down and find your way back into the kitchen where it looks like he has completed the brewing of whatever potion he seemed to think would benefit the party.
Kind of like rub my eyes sleepily and ask, have you been brewing this all night? Like blink. Sleepy.
Yeah, I don't sleep.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's something elves do. Forgot.
Unnatural.
I mean, that is something that is a tendency with elves, but I don't even.
Meditate.
Yeah, I'm always as I am. That was part of the
Huh.
curse. Don't age.
Ah.
Don't
I was gonna
sleep.
say, not sleeping makes eternity last a lot longer, I guess.
You have no idea.
Mm-mm. So how's it going? And I just like look over to the potions.
Yeah, and you look over to the kind of cauldron where you started to kind of craft this kind of brew, and there are 7 individually kind of placed little vials, all filled with this kind of strange kind of like. It's almost like it's the gold potion or vials that you had before, but there's like this weird kind of like blue shimmer that is kind of like swirling around it, like almost like there's like a little miniature like whirlpool in each of them that is just constantly kind of just turning in the
Can't
liquid.
hear what you're saying.
There's a little blue whirlpool in the liquid.
For some reason, it's like a lot of times, like when you go in to describe something, it just goes super faint and fairly robotic.
Yeah.
It just doesn't like my descriptions, that's all it is.
Or like right now,
It doesn't like me talking then, I guess.
I
Yeah,
guess.
so the game doesn't like when you build
It's
shit
weird
up.
because it's only Discord because like I have the stream up and sometimes I'll hear you recapping like,
Yeah.
Yeah, the
20
VOD,
seconds
the VOD
behind, but
always
the
sounds
VOD
fine.
always sounds fine.
Yeah.
So it's just a
Discord just
thing, I
hates
guess.
me. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just kind of, so looking at the 7 vials, and I'll just be like, man, I think Boblin would have really liked a little power up.
Ah, yes. Speaking of which, I didn't think it was best just to kind of leave him out there, just lying in the dirt. So
Yeah, I guess we all kind of just abandoned Bob.
Well, he said roots were covering over Boblin, and I figured that was just nature taking its course. I'm from the Feywilds. That's not like that weird.
yeah, it was like very light, kind of like just like the little plants were giving him a hug, like, but they weren't like completely encasing him.
Azrin walked in. No, it was pretty weird.
See, I was thinking that it was like a full like little cocoon of roots or
Yeah,
something.
no.
Ah.
Just like halfway
Well.
up his body, just kind of hugging him gently.
And then I will say I appreciate that. I don't think any of us were really in the right mind to bury somebody last night.
From what I could tell, he had some connections to Nylea, so hope your people don't mind, but I kind of went over to the gardens and buried him over there.
No, I'm sure that's fine.
Thanks for
I
doing
don't
that.
think anybody would make a big stink about it.
And, you know, like good dwarven friend said, if I know Nylea, it might not be the last you see of him, but I don't want to get your hopes up.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he'll just be a weird little plant.
Nylea was often
Well,
fond of them.
We have one bush giving us shinies. Now we have one that's gonna give us I don't know what, and I don't kind of want to know.
What was he banging in the Battle of the Bands? He just has that in his hand.
Like a little, like, war drum.
Mm.
Yeah.
Was Lilith in the cuddle pile?
I would say she was, yes.
Okay. Because, like, I just imagine Ayara still sleeping, and she's got, like, a death grip on, like, Quithis and Lilith on either side of her.
Okay.
So
Quithis
what do
and Lilith
those
now have
do?
to be
Pointing
healed
to the.
because they have broken hands.
Adrian points to the potions and it's like, so what are they supposed to do?
They're supposed to give you a nice old boost of power. I mean, like I said, you certainly have a lot of abilities yourselves, and you've certainly held your own, but if you're going to be going against dangerous situations and trying to stop evildoers from bringing back betrayer gods, then a little kind of power boost might be very beneficial.
Adrian just takes one and uncorks it and smells it.
Oh my god, I thought you were about to say you were gonna drink it.
And I'll kind of like as he's sniffing it, I'll be like, maybe we should wait until we're all doing it.
I guess I come in
Just
by this
curious.
this one in the room.
Okay.
You turn my soup into shots?
I mean, it's a lot more complicated than that, and a lot more time and effort went into just making them shots, but sure, yes, they're shots.
Anyone seen Dolder?
Oh, see, would I have seen him as he walked out of the tower?
Yeah, you were drawing your picture, so you'd have seen him kind of head off back into town.
Okay. It seems like he headed back into town, probably looking for a room to stay at the tavern.
Well, he obviously was against this idea, so I'll hold his shot for him for now.
Kaelin, as you kind of go and reach for it, Kaelin just kind of pulls it back and hands it over to Dion.
I can handle that.
OOC, I really do just imagine Dolder, with how stubborn he is, literally planting a tent like in town, and if anybody tries to like disturb him, very Ron Swanskin-esque, being like, I live here now. Or like, this is my street.
I have a permit.
Yeah.
The note that says I can do whatever Morden tells me to do.
Exactly.
I know he wasn't entirely convinced by this, but perhaps after you take it, he may change his tune.
Yeah, and as he hands it to me, I'll be like, I might be able to convince him.
Yeah, but we also had to convince him to take those shrooms, and then look what happened.
Well, you know, that's fair, but at the same time, you know,
Yeah.
you just gotta. Dolder's a tough nut. You just gotta find those little spots. You just gotta get them little spots.
Like an acorn.
Mm-hmm.
And a squirrel. And Ayara just like is going off on her own visual description.
Somewhere off on
nodding.
the edge
Yeah.
of the village, Dolder is developing a migraine.
He's just waking up with a headache and ringing ears, like, oh no. So I'll put the 2 in my bag.
I'll. Oh wait, I'm not in there. That's
Yeah.
right.
It might take a little while for them to kick in, but when they kick in, you'll know.
Are they permanent or like a one-time
They're-
use?
It's a permanent thing. It's a permanent change. You'll be imbued with what essentially is the power of, or a boost from the divine gods. So
Side effects? What's the fine print?
OOC, and not in Kalen's voice. These potions will level you up to level 10.
What?
Fucking skipping 9 all the way. Damn.
Mm.
Listen, if Dion could explain that in character, I'm sure Dolder would be all about it.
Right?
Akio, rest of shots.
Revelio.
Revelio.
Avidi Kadivi.
Are we waiting for everyone?
Like,
Yeah, we need to go find Dolder. But
I mean, whatever he's up and done for the day, or up for the day, he will be returning to the tower.
Yeah.
That's where everyone is.
yeah.
do you wake up earlier than us? Probably.
Probably to pray.
I would say probably out of everyone. I was about to say,
You wash your hands after you
Said around the other cleric.
no offense, but I think out of everyone, Ashran's probably the earliest riser out of all of you.
Yeah. No, he was up. He had a little campfire going. He made a little meal out of his beans because that's all he got.
Beans?
Got nothing but beans.
You've got an entire town, but you've got nothing but beans.
Hey, he's following the rules. Don't eat anything from the Feywild.
Yep.
That's fair.
But yeah, fairly early-ish, because I'd imagine that Dolden is quite a regimented early riser. He does manage to make his way back over.
Satyr town's probably not that quiet after sunrise.
Yeah, and when
Talk
you're
about everyone sleeping off a hangover.
You think?
I'm surprised if this town gets up before noon.
hey, got a hair of the dog. Start again.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dulder, you do manage to find your way back over to Kalen's,
So,
where the rest of your group have now kind of arisen from their slumber and.
We're all discussing bad potion time. As we're in the middle of the pros and cons and the side effects, Dolder just busts in. No.
I spent a grand total of 5 minutes trying to explain the benefits of it, and I rolled a 2 + 2 for persuasion, so 4.
Okay. I'll hear you out and do a better job.
You'll
I think-
translate.
Yeah, I think the only person we really would have to convince is Dolder. I don't know. I look at Quithus. Does Quithus seem like he's not down for this too, or?
Quithus looks, his brow is furrowed. He looks very intrigued, very interested.
Okay.
Would it help if I gave you an example?
Well, I rolled a 27 on persuasion for selling this potion.
Sold!
Good thing.
Yeah. Like, Kalen's kind of going along as well, like saying, you were led to that place on purpose. If your gods intended you to find this stuff, why not use it?
And I'm just like, yeah, the gods. I mean, the gods. You can't deny the gods. They clearly led us here to this potion specifically from this immortal elf, like shaking the potion around.
Azrin just uncorks it again because it's been a few minutes, and he'll say, "I've already died once," and he'll chug it.
Okay.
I said we do it together.
And like I said, it'll take a little while to kick in, so don't go off charging into combat straight away thinking that you're now demigods, because that's not going to work.
does it take to kick in?
Will
Theoretically-
our eyes change
Theoretically, I've never brewed one of these potions before. I don't know. It could be. It could be.
It's not gonna help convince.
10 sessions later, you've reached level 10.
Yeah, right.
OOC, just in case you all wanted to fucking start heading off, you're not having to level up to level 10 in between the fucking session. You could do it at the end of
We
the
level to
session.
level 14, and then we go back to 10. Okay. Anyway.
At the end of the
We'll make one
session,
potions
you
that
can
the
put
DM is
yourselves to
giving us
10.
because we'll die.
A few moments pass, and I'm like, I seem okay.
Make a constitution saving
Era,
throw.
like, grabs your face in between her hands and inspecting, like looking at your eyes, muttering to herself. She's like, "No webs." Eyes
Well,
are still
depending on how this con save goes.
25.
Okay.
Ooh.
AR, make a
Oh,
perception
plus
check.
8, dude.
Me make a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Perception or investigation, whichever one you want.
Oh, I think I get more on investigation. Oh, I do. I get 4. That's a 9.
Good.
It never.
Good.
Good. That's certainly Ajran.
Yep, that is him.
Yep.
Horrible.
That is Ajran. Oh, yeah.
I seem okay.
I seem good.
It's Casper in the ghost machine in that movie
Yeah.
where he turns into an egg.
Egg. Yeah, you feel fine, Ajran, and you seem perfectly normal.
So, are we gonna drink it?
I guess. I
Me
kind of
like
look
to
over at Dolder.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh.
Well,
AR kind of lifts her glass up and is like, "Cheers!"
this is not going how I planned.
Does anything in this group?
No, it doesn't. I'll just walk over to Dolder holding 2 potions.
Dolder will take the potion, but he's not uncorking it.
Okay. Those of you that have drank, make a constitution saving throw.
No.
OOC, Azrin planned on drinking it before we knew what it meant.
That's an 11.
I
Okay.
also get 11.
Okay.
Phew.
Your heart start racing.
Got that few.
Yeah, it's almost like someone's just shot you full of adrenaline, and you feel amazing.
AR just starts giggling. She's like, "Adrian, punch me! I bet I could take it."
Uh-oh.
I tap her on the shoulder.
I'm trying to decide if AR would take that seriously or not. She just scoffs. Are you gonna-
Dolder will kind of stand there and contemplate the potion for a while, and whether it is the right move to use divine blood for this is up for debate, but that stone has been cast. The question now is if this is truly a way to make a champion. Who that champion will be is not yet decided. And he will put the potion in his bag.
Okay.
You gonna take it with this? AR like wiggles her eyebrows.
Quithus, make a perception check as like AR is just kind of like shimmying up to you.
Oop, wrong button. 22.
as she kind of wiggles her eyebrows, you kind of look into her eyes, and you can just see this very, very, very faint, like, gold ring that is around her pupil.
Does AR notice him looking at her eyes? Because she is very sensitive to this.
I mean, you're wiggling your eyebrows. Where else was I meant to look?
Okay, that's true.
And yeah, this kind of weird kind of gold ring just kind of flashes around her pupil, and then it just kind of fades away.
And do I glean anything from this? Am I supposed? What insight is this?
For your own feelings, I'd say roll an insight check.
8.
You're meant to be wise and a tank. Why'd you fail on wisdom checks and con saves?
Good comms.
At least we know he's honest.
This is such a strange, never before kind of experience kind of situation for you. I would say part of you is like understanding the logic of needing more power to kind of go up against quite more formidable foes, but at the same time you feel there's like a slight issue with downing a shot of what essentially is the blood of a god. So there's like a little bit of a turmoil there.
Quithus had it in his hand and looked at it and swirled it around a little bit. And just as he was about to pop the top, AR had come up to him and made that comment, and he saw that flash, that gold ring, and completely changed his mind, and he put it away into his bag.
Oh man.
Oh god, it's the vision coming to life.
Crazy.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Crazy.
It's as if Ram knew us.
When Dion sees, because I haven't drank still, and when Dion sees the two clerics, kind of like put theirs aside, and I'll just say, you know, I understand the hesitation, but I think Kaylin's right. If we're supposed to be fighting against people working for other deities or even deities themselves, then we need something that can help us. I mean, hell, apparently I didn't even survive the forest in my own homeland. How the fuck am I supposed to fight a deity? And I just kind of hold the potion up. If this means that I can survive a fight, then I don't see what's wrong with it.
What is wrong is that we are being blinded by our hubris and our self-importance. That there will be a confrontation in the future between champions, that is pretty much a certainty at this point. But we are going with the assumption that we will be those champions.
Champions aside, I'm here to protect those I care about, and if this will help me, I'll take it.
And I'll kind of take what Dolder said for a second and pause, and I'll say, don't you think that you already are? Do you know how many people worship deities and cannot channel divine powers to resurrect dead people? Don't you think that Moradin's already working through you in his own way, and maybe this is just his way of helping you and Quithus to do their bidding?
My every move is done hoping that I act in accordance with my father. And the quest we are on now is me doing his will as well as I can. But future endeavors may be up to me, or it may be up to someone else. That will be up to the council and the high priests of Carthaldur to decide. If it is their judgment that I am to be the champion, then I will drink this. If someone else is found more worthy, then I will give it to them.
clerics, man.
I'll just kind of, sigh in a bit of a disappointment, but also understanding and
This is bigger than any one of us. This is bigger than us as a group.
well,
Drinks half, only takes 1 level. I'm kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
Dion will just kind of,
Compromise.
take a second, understanding, but also not, and say, well, my deity told me to my face, in so many words, that I was. If I was able to rescue my deity, my town's deity, from a bog that they were trapped in, then I guess I'm worthy of the potion. And I'll drink it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I gotta make a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Good comms.
That's a 23.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I don't even flinch when I drink it.
Yeah.
We're good.
Strangely, when you tasted that, it tastes very much like the wine from town. Like it has that
I
very
want wine.
sweet kind of sweet tasting kind of ness.
Delicious. I don't say that out loud, obviously, but
Oh, obviously.
I kind of just like smack my lips a little bit and just kind of wait, like, oh, I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
And then to Dolder and Quithus, I'll just look at the both of them and say, I respect your choices. I'm not gonna force you to drink it, but I'm hoping you guys find the answers that you're looking for.
Eventually, Moradin willing, we will.
I just hope that I know that you're holding on to it in case someone else more worthy gets it, but here's hoping someone who's not worthy doesn't get it.
Sans motive roll on that one?
What?
I think just the what is all the sense motive.
He's insight checking your motive there.
Oh.
That is a 27.
Are you looking to try and steal it in the future, AR?
No, I'm trying to say, like,
Hopefully a bad guy doesn't get it.
Bandits, kind
yeah,
of
like,
ambush, stolen.
Who knows who can get it? If you're not gonna drink it, and you know that you're at least not gonna take it and be bad, yeah, who knows what happens in the future?
Well, Ayara, that is my fear. I'm afraid that if I take this, it might make me bad.
I mean, I took it and I'm fine.
For now.
Dolder tightens the bag strings on his backpack.
Well, regardless of your decisions on whether to take it or not, it is a well-founded comment. Do keep them safe. These falling into the wrong hands would be rather disastrous.
Yara has a bag of holding if you want to use it.
They don't trust me.
I hand her my
You already drank it.
greater healing potion, and I was like, "Here, put this in it,
What? Why?
because I trust you."
Okay. Greater
Just
healing potion?
imagining a Yara
Yeah.
going, I don't.
I might forget it's in
Why?
there. You might forget
Yeah.
it's in there.
I mean, I got
It
a
was
whole
never
battle axe in
seen
here.
again.
It disappeared into the void that is the bag of holding.
I got a battle axe, a sword in here. I keep forgetting to sell it when I go to a vendor.
Hey, last time I tried to
An
use it, I
expired
was told,
coupon?
"No, we'll heal him," and then no one healed him, and then he died.
I'll use it.
I don't actually remember when that was, but I remember I was told not to use it, and then nobody healed. whomever I was trying to heal. That's all I remember.
We'll keep the potions.
Good. In the meantime, what's your next course of action? You spending much more time in the Vale, or will you be heading off soon?
Apparently, we need to go to Carthaldor and OOC. Alex is AFK for a sec, but
Mhm.
I think that's our next stop. Apparently, if we stay here too long, I die.
And we won't want that.
Well, really, as long as we don't go into the woods.
The Feywild
Which
could
is
be a
always a good call.
funky place. From what I remember, Nylea told you that by the time you left this place, that she was going to do her best to try and send you out on the same day, technically, that you entered.
Mm.
But with her being in a current resting state, there's a limitation as to how long you should probably remain here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think speaking with the dwarves and the elves might be the best course of action.
Well, the main Fey gate that kind of leads back into the material realm is pretty much next door to Meridan, the city of elves.
That's where Lilith is from.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Yeah. And it's also the location I believe we were when we had the vision itself, so it'll probably look a lot different to how we saw it last night.
I'm hoping.
Me too.
Yeah, hopefully not on fire.
But from there, if you could try and get any information from the elves, Carthaldor is not too much of a journey further on. So try and learn what you can from both the elves and the dwarves, and fingers crossed, you'll be well on your way to finding some of the vestiges to put a stop to the end of the world.
Or at least salvage what can be salvaged when the end comes.
You heard that. Well, I've got some goodbyes to say in town before we go, if we're going today.
I also had a stop I wanted to make.
Okay.
Meet at the edge of town around, what time is it? Morning? So like
It's morning now, so about 8.
mid-afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I describe a place right near like the edge of town. Yeah, you go here and then you go here, you turn on this street and it's like this big tower.
AR's eyes glaze over.
I mean, the tavern would probably be a good place for everyone to meet up.
Okay, I see her eyes glaze over and go, or just the tavern.
Ooh!
Do we
I know where
remember
that
where
is.
the tavern
Yeah.
is?
The tavern's pretty much on the
Yeah.
edge of town.
And
Right.
break.
And
As everyone kind of starts filtering out, Dolder will approach Kalen and basically ask him what he knows of any entry points into the Underdark, and for specifically getting close to the area where the temple is believed to be, or the forge.
entrances into the Underdark are very far and in between. There's many of them. For the exact location as to the location of the forge, it's a little bit more difficult. I was kind of teleported there, but the descriptions that your little Dorogar friend kind of spoke of almost match perfectly what I saw in my kind of experience. I believe they're one and the same thing. If you're looking for the exact location, I presume probably reaching out and speaking to him would be quite a good bet. I mean, if he came from there, he surely knows the way back.
Then that will be the next step.
Yeah, I must admit I don't like the sound of Illithid using that place to kind of construct weapons for war.
The Illithid in any shape or form is rarely good news.
No.
That's pretty much what Dolder had.
Mm-hmm. Where the rest of you going?
Can I
Uh,
go to a vendor?
A vendor? You can go to a vendor.
I wanna go
Okay.
shopping.
Can I go shopping?
You can
No,
go
I just want
shopping.
to sell some of this stuff that I keep forgetting about in my bag of holding.
Sell some shit. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to go to like a blacksmith.
Oh. Okie dokie.
Oh yes, there is one of those.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
If I can actually find my fucking.
Andrea or Stelios.
Andrea, totally.
Okie dokie.
Joke's on you, they're both women.
What? Really?
I knew that was what you were going for.
Hang on. Bear with me a second. Wasn't prepared for shopping since you did it the fucking session before.
Well, I mean, I don't need to buy things. I
Yeah,
just
no,
wanna
no.
sell
I'm
things.
looking for the price list. That's what I'm looking
Oh.
for.
I can give you a suggested.
No.
price.
$5 million.
Look,
No.
I'm down to like 100 gold.
70,000 gold for a specific amulet, maybe.
I would never have that much gold. This is like me in World of Warcraft. I never have more than like 3,000 gold.
I still have my old quest items from Vanilla World of Warcraft in my bag.
Oh my god.
Never know when you need to go and summon a Dreadsteed for the quest in Darmol.
Alright. Got it. So-
Bowser's
Alright.
just not into satyrs. We get it.
So,
Listen, the D10 on the hotness system is your own personal scale.
so who are you seeking out? Were you looking for Andra or Stelios?
Andrea.
Okay.
Andrea.
Andra.
Andrea.
Andra.
So yeah, you managed to kind of come across this kind of quite chiseled looking kind of satyr woman. Almost like quite hulking, kind of beefy kind of arms. This kind of wild, kind of Viking kind of plaited hair and like these two big horns that are curled out from the front.
I love her already.
Morning.
Hi.
How can I
Could
help?
I interest you in buying some of my wares?
Sure, let's see what you got.
Okay. And I reach into my bag and I pull out a great sword
Okay.
that I really struggle to hold. And I'm like, how much would I be able to get for this?
It doesn't appear magical. Can probably give it to you. Give about 40 gold.
What about 50 gold?
How about 48?
Deal.
Anything else? She kind of
Yes.
throws over the 48 gold.
And Ayara pulls out a great axe out of her bag.
Okay. She's just kind of watching you pull these like large weapons out this little tiny satchel, and she's kind of impressed. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Do you how much? Speeding this up a little bit. How many items have you got in your arsenal within the little pouch of yours there? How much?
Well, it depends on what you're looking for.
Well, if you wanted to
This-
try and like bulk sell things, I may be able to offer a better price.
Well, this is my last weapon.
Okay.
I do have a pair of cloth gloves.
Okay.
And if you like ingredients, I like to collect things.
Not particularly. I'm a weaponsmith.
Okay. Well, just the gloves and the axe then.
Okay. Well, the axe, 25 gold I could give you for that.
How much?
25 gold.
Surely it's worth more than 25 gold. I've been carrying this thing around for weeks.
Doesn't really have any enchantments to it, I'm afraid. It's basically just the metal that I'll probably melt down and forge into something else.
God.
I mean, it looks like it's a little bit blunt on this bit, and she kind of starts rubbing her thumb against one of the edges.
How about 35 gold?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
I love this doing the bartering, but without the bard.
Yeah, that's a 7.
Nice.
The highest I could go is 29.
All right. Is that for the gloves too?
No, that's just for the great axe.
Okay, for the great axe, I'll take it.
For the gloves,
They're nice.
I can give you a gold for them.
A gold?
she kind of like opens her arms, and you can just see all these like charred kind of scuff marks all over her, and like there's all these like singe marks. There's all kind of these calluses on her fingers. Do I look like someone that would want dainty little silk gloves?
Well,
Nor is this the
Yeah.
place that someone would come to buy dainty little silk gloves.
well, then I will hold on to them until I can find someone else who pays me their worth.
Good luck, because all I'd use them for is a handkerchief.
Gross. And thank you for your business.
Yeah, she just kind of spits on the floor and turns around.
Oh no, this is Sam in New Orleans all over again.
Is your name really
Snatching up the
Story?
bartender.
Are you really a blacksmith, or do you say that for tips?
Oh no.
True story.
Oh, God.
I don't
True
want to know.
story.
No,
But
I
was
didn't
story true?
question his profession. I believed he was a bartender.
You just
He
didn't
was-
believe his name was his name.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there you go.
Clearly, he is a fey creature. Why would he give you his real name?
Yeah,
That's true.
it's true.
We were in a vampire speakeasy.
Back
Anyway.
on track.
All right.
Yeah.
At least I sold my gear. That's what I.
Yeah.
That's what I really.
I would say eventually, if you walked around town, you would have found someone that could buy the gloves off you. Gloves, just with them being just silken gloves, don't really go for a lot. But I would say that you would manage to try and find someone that would at least pay you probably 2 gold for them if you really wanted to get rid of them.
Sold.
Azran, what were you looking for to do?
I forgot the amounts.
40,
48.
48.
29.
29, 2.
And 2.
29.
Okay.
I was gonna go up to the Temple of Nylea.
Oh, okay. Quite the hike, you know.
He's a big boy.
Fair enough. Alright.
I'll burn some incense and whatnot in front of her altar and try to see if I can speak with her.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
Oh, my specialty. Okay. 20, dirty 20 total.
Okay. You kind of sit there, kind of in front of this kind of altar, in front of the big, large kind of white tree that kind of all kind of blooms up into this kind of rainbow coloration of leaves. And you sit there and you try and reach out and try and speak to her. And you start to hear this creaking sound. And you kind of open one eye and you start to kind of see this kind of face of Nylea start to kind of push out from the bark of the tree.
Cool. Long time no see.
Just gives you a smile. No words.
Cool. Not sure if you're watching, but I remember what happened in that vision. I'm wondering if that's my fate forever, or if our contract was completed then. Before you answer, I'll still agree to protect her. She's still important to me. But I was just curious.
The face of Nale just kind of smiles back at you warmly. And you could just feel this kind of presence just kind of enter your mind. You kind of start to kind of get the idea of this is what it was like for Ayara. And the voice just says, and that's all I ever wanted.
That doesn't answer shit.
So is
Welcome to dealing with deities and fucking D&D.
is my fate to fall if she falls?
No response.
Insight check. I'm just kidding.
Inside, check that tree.
Did that
Should I
tree
fall
just look at me
again?
crossways?
There is-
Sussy tree.
There's no
Should-
worded answer. But you just kind of, this washing feeling kind of goes over you of like, there's like some sort of comfort from it. Like, almost like the deal that you made was a test to see whether you would be willing to protect her at all costs. And you've held up your bargain.
Say again, sorry.
The deal was a sort of like test to see whether you would protect her at all costs. And you stuck true to your word. Whether it was optional or not. So you feel like the deal has been completed and you have upheld your bargain.
So next time you may not drop
Yeah.
dead when I do.
But you've basically told her that you're going to continue to protect her regardless, and that's what she wanted.
Cool. I'll just linger a bit longer. I'm assuming it fades away and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll make my trek back to the tavern.
Okay. Anyone else need anything to do in town?
I was just gonna go make my rounds, say goodbye to people.
Mm-hmm.
As everybody's like heading out to do their own thing out of the tower, I'll, say to Kalen before I head out that, thank him for helping us and hopefully he can be of help in the future.
Oh, I intend to be of help almost immediately. Marcus, right, is the headmaster of the academy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He has some kind of incorrect ideals on how and what the Arcane Order was first set up to be. But he seems like a trustworthy person, and I'm quite intrigued into this research that he's got going on into the little gems. So
Yeah,
I may track him down.
Oh, I can tell you where he is.
That'd be a great help.
I draw a little map of like Vidal. I'm like, right there in that tower. I don't think you'll have any trouble getting in there.
From what you remember from the message from last time, Marcus told you that he was in QK.
Oh. Scratch out that map. Draw a new map.
Yeah. Yeah, you point to QK and Kaelin kind of nods. Yeah, figures the gnomes would have some involvement.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
gnomes have quite a different working brain to most of them races, and they seem to like to tinker with kind of metal in unusual ways, infusing magic within it. So I would imagine that is playing quite a big part in it. I saw Sprinkle, was it?
Yep.
Yeah. Again, his design for that strange metallic humanoid, fascinating stuff. That could also be very useful.
You keen me magic metal? What?
Well, like
Still lost the language.
The golem.
No,
Yeah.
I know, but like he
Oh,
said
oh,
that
oh.
the naming schemes. Yeah. Anyway,
imagine if
I don't
you
think a lot of us were a fan of the golem.
no, but with a little bit of tweaking, imagine if we could create an army.
And that'd be pretty rad.
It would.
Save a lot of people from dying, which I think the clerics would get behind. Maybe. Pretty sure.
But then it'd also probably have some sort of objection about creating life too, but
Yep.
we'll
Probably.
we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's gonna be a bridge. All right. Well, because Sprink is still in Vidal, right? He didn't move. I don't think
Yeah,
so.
Sprink had his shop in Vidal, and you sent the Thunderbird heart to go and try and jumpstart his little creation.
Yep. So I'll be like, well, Marcus is in Q-Key and Sprinkle is in Vidal.
Well, I feel that Marcus is probably the first port of call, since his work's probably more important into what's going to be happening very soon. So
Yeah.
I'll head to
Ooh.
Q-Key first.
Hold on. And I'll just like do my little spell thing and I'll use sending to let Marcus know that there's company coming.
Okay.
And you don't want to surprise him. He's dealing with a lot.
Okay, what'd you say in the sending?
25 words. Hey Marcus, Feywild good. Someone from Feywild coming to visit you soon. Have fun. His name is Kalen. He is nice.
One word left.
Immortal.
Bye.
Kisses.
Yeah, kisses. XOXO.
Gossip.
Gossip girl.
Oh, okay.
Before you depart from here, because obviously Dalder and Quithus are still in the tower, would you perhaps have either diamonds for sale, or if you have lock boxes for these vials?
Diamonds, no. Lot boxes, I mean, sure. And he kind of goes over to like a chest and kind of pulls out these little lot boxes. I mean, any kind of bandit worth his salt could probably end up breaking into these, but should keep them somewhat protected.
Protections from a bumpy road and something that makes them slightly harder to simply slip out of a bag is all that is required.
Sure. I mean, you could probably speak to Lilith. I think she may have a way of probably trying and, like, kind of firming them up a little bit, make them a little bit harder to break into.
Looking at both Dion and Kalen, would someone in the Vale have diamonds for sale? We find ourselves rather short.
I mean, in character, I could roll to try to remember, but probably Ranos might have some. I mean, he's a general store guy, but
Kind of, but, like, shiny kind of gems and stuff aren't really something that is really often traded within the Feywild, so you'd be hard-pressed within the Vale. If you are heading to Meridan, where the elves are, that would probably be a good point of call to go and get some. With it being a large bustling city.
And that is what I will relay.
Dollar will just look at Quith as he will handle the negotiation. On that.
I raise my hand. I can negotiate.
I think we let the satyr negotiate this one.
Kalen kind of gives a bit of a chuckle. I think you'll be the first dwarf I've ever known to enter the city.
I feel so privileged.
Honestly, I'm kind of half jealous I'm not going.
Dollar's just giving him a flat stare.
Sorry. I'm sure you'll be fine. The elves are a lot... Well, yeah, there are a lot. But
I whip
Just-
out my disguise kit. We could always disguise you.
just try not to spark a war, like was said.
Try to not burn down the forest, as Dollar kind of gets a slightly wistful look on his face.
Not unless you want Lilith hunting you down and slowly torturing you into death. No, that would probably be a good idea.
All great causes demand sacrifice.
Now I'm the one pinching the bridge of my nose, just like, oh my god.
Quith is like visibly starts sweating.
Yeah, and
Visions of himself strapped to a belt just ahead, just
yeah, weird. As you kind of like hearing this kind of conversation happens, you start to kind of feel like the chest where your birthmark is just start to kind of sizzle and kind of burn slightly.
Quithus has gained the trait PTSD.
I am joking,
Gift from my mother.
mostly.
Nonetheless, I wish you well in your travels. Hopefully, we will meet again someday soon with a much brighter outlook on what's to come. I wish you well. But just take care of each other.
May the old gods watch over your travels.
And
Try
you,
to not awaken any dark vestiges.
I've learned my lesson long ago, don't worry.
And hopefully others will not have to learn them as well. There's no Garble or Ayara in the room, or Dolder's eyes would be searching.
Air burst through the door.
What did you say?
Y'all, I think I just got robbed.
They took my items and gave me gold. Garble, what are you doing?
Oh, just somewhere scratching my back, thinking, will these grow out someday?
Who knows? Dioma, you wanted to go and say goodbyes, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm most likely stopping at my parents' house first.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of enter your old home, and you start to kind of hear movement upstairs as you kind of make your way up to your old bedroom. And currently, your mother and father are rearranging the bedroom to kind of better suit a smaller guest that would be staying.
Oh yeah.
What?
I just kind of like knock on the door frame. Hey guys.
Ah, hello. Just getting this comfortable for your little friend.
Yeah. So listen, and I sit down on like a chair or like a bed, and I pat down to have them sit next to me.
They kind of perch either side of you.
We had a bit of a entanglement, and Boblin didn't make it. So you don't need to make a bet.
But he was fine this
As-
morning. You only went for dinner with the Sybils. What the hell happened?
Well, the Sybils told us to do this thing to unlock some memories, and it didn't go well.
Okay. What would...
No.
Oh. We spent all morning putting this together.
I know. I mean, it was definitely not an expected thing. We thought that it was just going to be a little kumbaya moment
Yeah.
with the Archmage, but it wasn't. And he was very small.
Yeah, and you can kind of see now that your bed has been shortened
Yep.
a little bit to kind of more suit his little tiny kind of goblin form. There's a lot of the kind of, like, some effort has been gone in to kind of make things a little bit more comfortable for a smaller person. Like, there's like the desk and chair in your room have just had their legs like sawn in half to make them shorter.
Yep, they would do that.
Yeah, like they haven't gone out and got new stuff. It's just like chop a little bit off and
They
make them a
literally
suitable
chop the
size.
legs off.
Yeah.
Well, maybe one day he'll be back, but not for a while, I don't think. We'll see. We'll
Okay.
see what Nylea has in store for him. But
Well.
for now, you can just leave it as is. It's fine.
Okay.
If I visit, I'll just scrunch up.
Okay. So.
Speaking of visit,
What?
I've got to go again.
Your father just kind of laughs and just kind of pulls you into a little bit of a hug. I figured as much.
One deity down, so many more to go.
You're doing the family proud.
That's right.
I mean, Nylea's back now, so I don't think there's going to be too much of an issue, but try not to be gone as long as last time.
Yeah, hopefully not. I think that's been covered, but
Yeah.
I'll try not to be gone too long.
I'm sure she'll be watching over you. And us, hopefully. I'd hate to kind of have you coming back to a situation the same as last time.
Yeah. Well, I haven't stolen anything from anybody, so I think you're safe.
Well. Don't need to go all the way clean.
Yeah. That's where I learned it from. Well, I rummaged through my bags, like, I didn't really find anything at the shops that was, like, eh. And I just take out the little dream catcher from the carnival.
Okay.
And I'll be like, here, you can have this.
That's beautiful, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And he just kind of takes it and says, I know exactly where to put this. And he goes down to the front door and just kind of pins it onto the inside. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good. Looks real good.
Promise you'll come back.
I promise.
At that point, you start to kind of hear heavy kind of clip-clops down the stairs as Farah starts to come bundling down. You going?
Yeah, try not to gang up with any weird band people while I'm gone.
Want to go steal this shit and I won't?
Well, I can't promise anything.
If you see that Minotaur kind of wandering around town again, just time to put on some pants.
And I can try, but it doesn't seem like that guy likes to wear pants. I think he's a little too comfortable with it here because we don't wear pants. Well, most of us.
Yeah. It's just weird when a Minotaur does it. I don't know.
Oh, there's definitely way more there, and none of it is hair, so I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I see him, I'll tell him to, I don't know,
Yeah.
put on a toga at least.
What's your AC?
My AC? Oh god. Oh no, is she punching me? 16?
No, she's like stood on the stairs, but you do feel
Oh.
an instant impact on your shoulder as a fist kind of slams into it as Nero just kind of charges in from another room.
Oh good. Ow.
Don't be such a big baby.
I'm not a baby, it hurt.
He just kind of stands up and kind of looks over the top of you now as he's taller than you. Kind of look like
I
a
don't
baby.
like this. I don't like this big little brother. Get out of here. I try to push him away.
Make a strength check.
Oh god. 4.
Yeah, he doesn't move. If anything, your kind of hooves kind of just slide backwards as you try and push him. He just kind of gives you a little kind of pat on the head. Since I've kind of ended up climbing the mountain, I've kind of got nothing to do in the Vale. I was thinking about heading into your little friend's realm and tracking down Landon.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I'm sure the two of us could earn some of that sweet, sweet gold. I mean, if he's managed to become a champion of fighting, I'm sure I'll do quite well too.
I just like rub my shoulder like, yeah, you fucking jerk. And I'll kind of tell him about where the town is.
Yeah.
Tell him it's a pretty far journey.
And he pulls out a little bit of parchment and starts kind of drawing out a little kind of rough sketch and map of where you could probably find Landon.
Yeah, I pull out my actual map.
Oh, well, that's a lot
and
easier.
Let him draw from that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you ever find your way down to Landon again, I'm sure I'll probably end up bumping into you.
Well, I guess now I have to bump into Landon again. If you're gonna be hanging about.
Yeah. Why do I get the impression that you'd be more happy to see him? He just kind of nudges you again, so then you're like jostling forward.
Fucking blushing as I'm falling over.
Yeah. I'll tell him you said hi.
Yeah, thanks. Just like shh. Well, I think all my friends are waiting for me at the tavern, so I shouldn't keep them too long.
Yeah. At that point, the whole family just kind of comes down and you're kind of embracing this kind of big kind of family kind of hug. As they all kind of stand at the doorway and watch you walk out.
Bad goat noises.
And
then I will walk to the tavern.
Anyone else have anything they want to do in town before you all set off?
I wouldn't mind selling this old hammer.
Sure.
Alex
Just to
said
get rid
check
of it.
for a diamond.
Yeah, check for diamonds.
Check for diamond. Is it a magical?
It's +1 Warhammer.
Oh, okay. Trust you to do one that I don't have a thing for.
Haha, got it.
It takes 2 minutes,
Okay, I'm timing you.
he says. God damn it.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Shut up. There we go. Alright. Yeah, you managed to find a weaponsmith that is willing to pass with it, and you meet the female weaponsmith from before who kind of had some dealings with Yara, and she seems pleasantly pleased that she's actually finding a weapon that actually has some sort of magical enchantment. 300 gold. I'll take it off your hands.
Just 3? Are you sure?
Look, it's nice that it's actually a magical enchanted thing. 300's quite a good price.
Come on, I gotta go save the world. I have to go buy 300 gold diamonds so that I can keep people alive to save the world right now. Please.
Well, I mean, I'm offering you 300, so there you go. You've got a diamond.
Well, but I need a few.
Make a persuasion check.
I just love the junkie feel. I just need a few, man. Come on, I just need a couple of
You
Just hold me over, man.
just please some more.
Something to ease the itch, you know?
That's a 12.
12.
Womp, 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 womp.
Roll for pity. Hold on.
Please, sir, may I have some more?
That's a 5. What's the plus? What's the bonus on pity check?
0 because it's pity.
Yeah.
Whatever the DM decides to be merciful or not.
She just kind of leans onto the counter a little bit. You could take my original offer, or I can... How about 299? Original offer?
You know what? I'll take the 299.
She just kind of laughs and chuckles as she hands you over 299, and this kind of like small, already used pot of like armor kind of plate, kind of wax and finisher, just to kind of clean your arm up a bit.
Thanks very much.
She kind of gives you a wink because she respects the fact that you took the lower offer. Anyone else?
Check for diamond.
I'd say just looking for diamond.
Yeah, no.
Looking
Yeah,
around for
nah.
that crystal.
The veil isn't. You pretty much sucked the veil dry of magical items, even though it's not a magical item, but you've kind of bled it of its kind of resources currently. And with the Arcane Order probably coming in as well, they probably would have helped themselves to a lot of materials and components that would have been used in spellcraft. So, currently the veil has been bled dry. But you are headed to a city soon, so... maybe better luck there.
One can hope.
Oh wait, I think did we still have some stuff with the Tinkerer to pick up?
They said that they were going to make them and get them delivered to
Gotcha.
wherever you needed to, because I think you were making like a little kind of unseen servant for your parents,
Yeah.
and Lilith was making the little kind of collar for Echo to make
Yes.
to disguise them as different forms. But yeah, they said that they'd be delivered to you. The Jews are quickling.
Okay, just making sure.
No worries. But yes, without further ado, you all meet up outside the tavern and start to kind of make your way to the edge of the Vale, taking one last look back at the beautiful kind of surroundings you found yourself in for the past couple of days. And with that, you start to kind of push back off into the Feywild itself. Who's leading the charge?
Oh, I am.
I mean, put this here.
Me!
Right.
Sorry.
And
I'm-
gods have mercy upon our souls.
Because
yet
I
again.
should know roughly the path between the Skull of Vale and the Meridian Forest Gate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roughly.
I mean, I was there, but it was a while ago.
Yeah. And the Feywild's a tricky place that tends to move and shake and change itself.
Shake and bacon.
Shake and bacon. So, one of you roll a d20 for me.
What are we rolling?
Just a d20.
Oh, great. Well, I got a 17.
Okay.
Good.
I need everybody to make a charisma saving throw for me.
Oh,
Fuck.
God.
Can do.
Oh wait, I get +7 on those.
Ah!
Yeah?
Was that a natural 1 or natural 20?
That was the nat 20, and that's where I fucking get it.
I only
It's
got a
always on
24.
the dumb shit.
13.
Fucking Soph in
25.
here gets an average of 1 nat 20 hit every fucking combat, yet I just get it on the dumb shit.
I got a 10.
Oh, okay. Ezran,
I don't want to talk about it.
what did you get?
A total of 4,
Oh, wow, okay.
but it was a net 1.
Beautiful.
Well,
Got the nat 20 and the nat 1. Let's go.
And Lilith got a 13. So everyone that was below a 17, which I think was Garble, Ajran, Lilith, and Quithus,
so over half the party got it.
over half the party, for the next entire day, you are followed overhead by a little tiny rain cloud that is just perpetually raining down on top of your heads.
I'm good. I get to convince them that it's not real.
So basically, how I feel in real life. Got it.
Yep.
The
And
Zoloft commercial. Got it.
It is just absolutely pouring it down on top of your heads, and it's just soaking you to the bone.
This sucks, guys.
And the more you
I
try
try
and
to keep them happy.
yeah, you try and waft it away, and it just rains even harder, and it starts to kind of get it. Especially those of you that are in the heavy armor, it starts to kind of get in under the armor. It starts to kind of rub and chafe, and it's really uncomfortable.
Is this real or is this imagined?
Well,
I mean, it seems
can't
pretty
see it.
real. Oh, you can see the rain clouds above their heads.
oh, we can see the rain. Oh,
You can
okay,
see
I
the
was
rain
gonna
clouds.
say,
This
If
is
they- I
worse
wasn't
than
sure
my
if they-
home island, and I lived under a perpetual storm.
So wait, this is an actual, just constant source of water.
Yep.
Perfect.
Oh god.
Oh god.
I just start singing a song about how, plants grow stronger when they get watered more.
Can I like can I cast like prestidigitation to like warm them up a little bit at least? It's only 1 cubic foot.
Sure. Your cold, freezing downpour now turns into quite a nice warm shower. You're still wet, and your clothes are still wringing wet through,
But it's not cold.
but it's not cold. It's
Gonna-
it's warm.
I'm scaly, and I'm somehow gonna wrinkle.
The metallic starts to kind of corrode.
Oh.
Instead of bronze, I'm kind of like a greenish teal.
He's starting to oxidize.
I was going to say, as the scales start to turn green, Quither starts to kind of panic a little bit.
I'm just saying, if we start seeing a rainbow of colors, someone's getting itchy.
I'm just trying to keep everybody's mood up because I know if I don't, this is gonna take forever.
Quithus, eyes closed, looks straight up into it and stretches his arms out. Oh, I love the rain. Let's go.
You continue to walk through the Feywild, and the rain continues for the rest of the day.
in the distance, you hear some sort of remnant song of raindrops keep falling on my head.
Drip, drip, drop, little
Show
April,
us
show
this-
us. Oh
the
god.
wheel.
Why is the wheel on there? What the fuck?
Go ahead and spin the wheel around.
No, don't
the
do
wheel.
that. No. Oh, don't do this.
You
Hey,
spin the wheel,
when
one
in
of
the
us fucking
Feywild,
dies.
baby.
This is why Dion actually died in the Feywild.
Right? Or start
You
over.
saved me.
Player character 1
Oh
is
my
jailed.
god, you're breaking the immersion. Stop.
Listen, it's already breaking my immersion that out of the entire party being followed around by fucking rain clouds, Dolder is not
mean-
it.
It's not the miserable one.
Exactly.
He's a grumpy dwarf.
Yeah. Okay, so who wants to do the second charge? Someone different.
Me.
Good lord.
Go for it.
So it's a D20.
D20.
That's a 14.
A 14.
A 14.
A 14.
I imagine I took my break and I literally told them exactly what fucking road to stay on, and then we're somehow still gonna veer off.
After a while, like, Lilith starts to kind of turn to you all and starts to kind of, like, whisper, like, I hear talking nearby. And as she kind of points it out, you start to kind of listen in. You can just about make over the sound further up ahead, the sound of, like, whispered voices kind of talking to each other.
Can you make out what they're saying?
Not from here. We have to get closer.
Well, do your little thing and go invisible.
So Dolder will just stop moving.
Yeah. So at this point, like, Lilith kind of ducks behind like a few of the trees and just kind of disappears. And then after a few awkward moments, she just brazenly walks back again, just shaking her head in like confusion and like, yeah, just confusion really.
What happened?
The bushes are talking to each other.
Really?
Oh, for fuck.
Just half asleep. Yeah, they do that.
Dolder will continue walking.
And
What were they talking about?
well, come and see, and like you all start to kind of move up ahead, and you start to kind of hear these whispers start to kind of grow louder. Yeah. I think I'd be an excellent king, I'm not gonna lie. I think I could rule over these kind of little bipedal little humanoids so fucking good. It's like, and what about it? Servitude, yeah. Let's get servants all kind of looking after us, making sure that our leaves are kept nice and green. So like these bushes are all kind of whispering to each other, talking about how they want to kind of dominate the world and kind of take over and enslave all the mortals. Despite the fact that they lack the wits, resources, manpower, and most importantly, the ability to move. They're just kind of tucked away in this kind of little bit of a grove, just like saying, yeah, we could rule the world.
As we walk past, Dolder will mutter to himself in Dwarven, "Don't burn the forest this way."
Ayara glares at Dolder. She can
Yeah.
understand him now.
Don't burn the forest.
At this point, as you're walking past, you start to kind of make a bit of noise because of the heavy armored people, and the whispers go,
Hard to make noise.
yeah, like in their proximity.
Ah.
And yeah, it's like someone's coming.
As we're walking by where we think their voices were coming from, it's just like, you guys, wouldn't it be really crazy if like bushes all of a sudden just came to life and took over the world?
my gosh, you're right. That would be crazy.
And terrifying. I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. Like, could you even imagine? We'd be enslaved like that.
There's
Yeah.
no way I could stand up to a bush.
Charlie.
Never mind this giant sword I have that could, cuts really nicely, but who knows what would happen?
It's
Bushes
no
just grow
sword.
back.
Charlie, they're onto us. What should we do? Shut the fuck up.
Can we determine which bushes are talking?
I mean, yeah, each time one of them kind of speaks, you just see like the little kind of bristles of like, the grass just kind of like shake. Charlie, they got really sharp, pointy things. What if they kind of chop us up? Would you shut the fuck up and let them go?
This is so funny.
Keep going, nothing to see here. Can't wait till you're under our control.
Just jump at them and we go, ha! And I rustle their leaves a little bit.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! I mean, who's that?
The Jimmys, they rustled.
You'll always remember
if you
the
ever try
day.
to overtake us.
Remember this.
Have mercy.
Remember that
This
we showed
time.
you mercy on this day.
I will, kind stranger. Thank you very much.
I don't pluck it or crease it or anything, but I bend a leaf in my finger. I'm like, yeah.
Ow, 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 ow.
It's okay, you're good people.
They are not people at all.
Well, people enough.
The good shrubbery.
The shrubbery.
Just think of all the shade you create for lower creatures. That's your real dominion.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Please, just don't hurt us anymore.
I'm sorry.
Okay. We'll keep the gossip to a minimum.
Will do.
I
Yeah,
think they
absolutely.
learned their lesson.
We have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Won't do it again.
Goodbye.
Tell all your other bush friends.
We'll
So
And I just give
intimidating.
them like the eyeball thing.
Look, I get +7 on intimidation rolls.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
we'll spread the word far and wide not to mess with your mighty warrior strength.
Better. And I just like walk away chuckling.
Yeah. As you
I
walk.
don't know who's face palming harder, Garble or me IRL.
And as you start to kind of walk away, you start to hear, right, let's remember their fucking faces. They're going to go fucking... They're the first ones to be put under our control.
I just really quickly sprint back, like mirthful leap right in between them and be like, what did you say?
I said, when we see you again, we're going to throw you a party for your generous mercy that you have bestowed. Yep.
I thought for sure they said garble firebolt.
That's what I heard. You guys might want to step back a little bit.
Listen, bushes, don't go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I point the finger towards them.
No, please, we won't do it again. I swear, we're just shrubbery.
As I'm also in the middle of these bushes, I would say, please don't right now. And I'll just walk up to Garble, put his hand down, and be like, they're just shrubbery. They do this all the time.
Yeah, it's fine.
Maybe one day you'll be like a tree and leaf.
Oh, such a good joke. That's a new one I've never heard. That's hilarious.
As we're walking away, just the bushes, they talk about an uprising at least every, couple years. It's been a while.
Good to know.
I can't believe you actually hit me with the leaf line. Like, I've not heard that before. Jesus Christ.
That's so racist.
It's unbelievable that he said that. And that.
Burn the fucking bushes.
Cancel
or let's keep
Ashran.
walking.
Yeah, eventually the whispering kind of dies off as you kind of push on further. Alright.
That was weird.
Yeah, that was fun, huh?
It's the Fae.
One last roll
Yeah.
before the end of the session, then let's see who's rolling next.
God, I cannot
God.
wait to leave this place.
Garble.
I think Dolder needs to roll next.
Dolder or Garble.
Go for it, Garble.
Roll what exactly?
Just roll a d20 and tell me what you get.
15.
15. Where's 15?
It's between 14 and 16.
I know. But
Yeah,
it's
so
on
like if you look at the dice, it's between 5 and 12 actually.
And 7.
Mm-hmm. This is how Dion dies. Sassing
15.
the DM.
15 is about 2 hands and 1 foot.
About.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how many you've lost or how many extra you were born with,
I mean, that's
That's
true.
fair.
or what species you are, you know,
Mm-hmm.
approximately.
Anyway, now have you all finished?
I don't know. Have you figured out 15?
I have. I was just waiting for you to finish talking.
Contemplating 15.
We were just filling for you, brother.
Oh, no, I was waiting for you to just kind of like go silent so I could speak. The rest of this journey goes by without any real incident. However, it starts to get hot. Like, uncomfortably hot. Like, those that are wearing kind of armor may want to kind of take it off or kind of loosen it a little bit.
No.
Okay. I need anyone that is keeping their armor on to make a Constitution saving throw.
Does this count for leather armor?
I'm stripping
Oh.
down.
How about the
18.
mithril chain?
Mm-hmm.
17.
Garble, you're okay.
Can I just use my
Okay.
armor to change into something cooler? Or does it only look cool?
It's illusionary, not actual.
Boo! Oh, that's a
We're getting-
23.
Are we getting full nude?
No, it's like red hot summer's day in like your end of Florida. You're not going to be walking around
Oh,
in
okay.
like heavy leather armor and plate.
No, I'll take off my armor.
I got an 18 for Ezrin.
Okay.
I got a 6.
He's stripping down.
The fuck I
He's
am.
just
He
real
might be
sweaty.
passing out from heat exhaustion, but he ain't taking his armor off.
Okay.
I'll drag you, don't worry.
Yeah. You start to kind of... It's almost like enjoyable, this heat. You kind of taking this long kind of walk through the Feywild Inn, and you turn around to see Dulder, who is just panting. Sweat is pouring down his face. His beard just looks drenched, almost like he'd just gotten out of the bath. Dulder, you
Can I,
take... Go on.
Oh, I can use prestidigitation to chill him down a little bit.
It helps a little, but he still does take a point of exhaustion as he continues to kind of trudge through this kind of heat, determined to keep his bulky, heavy armor on, his
Determined to
his-
protect his modesty.
his furry dwarven self as well, to add an extra layer to it. But at the end of that, you do start to kind of see this large looming tree. Which, Dion, you know to be the Fey Gate.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just be like, well, there it is. The gate.
Mm.
Oh, thank Moradin.
How do you all exit the Feywild?
Rapidly.
Together.
At once.
Yes.
Loudly.
Together at once.
Rapidly all together at once.
I'll take one last look at the Feywilds and be like, I miss you.
You swear like a nearby tree goes, I miss you too.
I wipe a tear away as I jump through the portal.
Bye, boo. And with that, you all step through the portal and then go back into the material realm. And that's where we'll pick it up next time.
Oh, I knew you
Dun,
were
dun,
going to say
dun.
that.
I need to prepare Meridan and Carthaldor.
So are we starting to like merge
Oh.
into every other weeks, or
What?
like are we doing every weekend still, or are we gonna start doing every other week?
Every other week, like we've been doing recently.
Okay.
Also, depending on what people's
Plan an
availabilities
entire
is.
world and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
It's okay. We can go to the
Jesus.
farmers
fucking-
market.
Burst.
Right.
Of
Dun,
top
dun,
of
dun,
music.
dun, 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 dun. And with that as well, anyone that has drank in their potion can level
Yeah.
up to level 10 if they wish.
Hell yeah.
I'll talk about the side
I'll do
effects
that
next time.
later. Well,
Risk and reward.
And risk and more risk. And then put it off the line.
Have you met AR?
And then a little bit of reward and then a lot more risk.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
No, he's not.
But we'll find out next time how much I was kidding.
What was I though?
Bye bye. Who knows? Oh,
RIPS.
R.I.P. fucking Boblin. Why the fuck didn't you bring him back?
I
Right
didn't have any more spell slots. God damn it!
You
Didn't
have
have any more
between the
damage.
two of you.
you have
Could've.
a mana potion that can give you a spell slot
I am
back.
not wasting my oh shit, holy fuck, we're all about to die in case of an emergency break glass last ditch ace in my fucking asshole for a fucking NPC that we were about to leave behind anyways.
You should have.
Between
Goddamn figment of a beholder's imagination, he gets to stay here.
My parents were making him a room and everything.
They were
Well,
gonna
now they get to actually have a
adopt
house
him.
to themselves and make more kids.
Quithis had the
cannot, they're
spell, you
old.
had the diamond.
And now, if you die, and as soon as we walk out of this portal, we'll be able to resurrect you. So you're welcome. Because there weren't more diamonds in town, we made the right call.
Rip Boblin.
Rip,
Rip
Boblin, that's
Boblin.
where she goes. But not Rip Ayara.
No. I never died to begin with.
Well, but it could happen tomorrow. And then
That's
we'll have a
true.
diamond for you.
Just beware. Whoever puts my ring on.
Oh wait, does that mean I still have my pendant? Because I never got struck with lightning.
Yeah. You managed to
Well.
escape beforehand, so yeah. You're the only one with a pendant still.
Wow.
Go crazy!
Yeah. Jump off a cliff, not come back and be like, what happened?
What the fuck?
Already breaking fate.
Freaking faith.
Alright, well,
Oh,
it's time for me
Oh.
to go be a wizard.
Azure just
Enjoy.
broke 100 HP.
Woohoo!
Whoa,
You
nice.
tanky boy. I will naturally be leveling up my character 30 minutes before the next session.
Of
so-
course.
Of
And
course.
yeah,
Mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
If anyone has any questions, because 8 to 10's a nice little sizable leap, but shit's gonna start getting ramping up big time soon. So
Ooh,
Yeah,
spooky.
can't wait.
needed
Hint,
you
hint,
all.
nudge, nudge. To the two who
prepared.
haven't drank yet.
Mm,
No,
Talking about
it's entirely down to them. I'm not forcing anyone's hand. I mean, of the two, it's the two tanky healy ones that, you know.
Yeah, that didn't.
You know, the ones that we would like to be
Like-
higher level.
Like, if Nep was still with you and he hadn't drank it, I'd have been going, like, feeding him to drink
you
it or
die,
something.
die.
Yeah. But, yeah, no,
Hazing
it'll be
ritual.
fine. It'll be fine.
We'll see what these
Side
debuffs
effects.
look like. Yeah.
If my eyes go black again, I swear to God.
Nah. I'll go do the same thing twice. That's boring.
What god you swearing to?
You right?
Yeah.
I swear to Morden.
Whose blood is it you drank?
I don't remember.
You don't know.
That's pretty nasty.
Hopefully one of the gods that was clean.
Well, it's one of the ones that is. It's either Celestia herself or it's one of the ones that are holding the moon together. So generally speaking, it would be hopefully one of the good ones.
I'd say
I
it
get-
should be a good aligned individual.
Should be good and neutral, because some of the neutrals were like also like, hey, don't break my stuff.
I permanently grow 7 inches taller.
Whoa.
Holy shit! In which way?
Yes.
Taller. That's why I said taller.
Yes.
Got him.
Grows 7 inches and gets taller.
Sorry, I've had a lot of gin tonight.
And I do more damage now.
Alright, good night, guys.
Yeah. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Woo.